Welcome in, everybody, to the Onward VRML Season 15 NA Challenger Cup. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my co-caster, Wookie. How are you doing today, Wookie?
Doing fantastic. Can't wait to see what goes on today, Night.
Yeah, it is a exciting bit of Onward, a long day ahead of us, 5 rounds of Challenger Cup gameplay. And for those tuning in that aren't familiar with what we're going to be seeing this afternoon, it is the teams that are ranked 8th and below trying to qualify in for a chance to compete in the round-robin group stage next weekend with the top 7 teams from their respective regions. So that's over the course of this entire season. 12, 13 weeks of gameplay, these teams have been competing to get to this stage, and ultimately none of them were able to get up into that top 7 and avoid what is this slog of games, Wookie. I mean, it is a long day of Onward.
It is so much Onward. I don't know how we do it every year.
We do it every year.
Cram it all into one day.
Yeah, and people want it. They want more and more of it every year, and and we're happy to deliver on that ultimately fantastic bit of action. And really, the Challenger Cup is all about the wild card. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to surprise us? Who's going to take individual maps? Because the format for the afternoon, if you're not familiar, is that each team gets to ban down a map until there's only 2 maps left in the map pool. I think there's initially maybe 10 maps in that map pool total. And so when there's only 2 maps left, the home team then gets to pick which map we play on or which side they start on. From there, we get into the single map that's played. The winner gets a win, and we go into round 2, where they'll play another team in another single map. And at the end of the day, after 5 rounds played against 5 different teams, we'll have, I think, 2 teams at the top, and then those 2 teams play at some point next week. And if I'm wrong about that, I apologize. It could just be the top team advances on to the round robin on the weekend. But I think it's the top 2 teams play against each other then at some point in the week in a best of 3, and then that winner advances on. And if I'm wrong on that, and I'm just completely, I apologize to the mods for putting all the hard work into putting all the. I know the details are all on the site. I should have read. I only got up to the Challenger Cup, Wookie, because there's a lot of teams playing in this Challenger Cup.
Yes, there are so many teams. I'm just scouring over the page right now to make sure that that is accurate.
18 squads.
But that's usually how we used to do it. Was like we would do another map best of 3 later on in the week. So I'm just verifying that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, well, you can find the details, see if I'm right or wrong. But again, to focus back here onto the Challenger Cup, which is where we're at, the end North American Challenger Cup this afternoon, we have 18 teams that have signed up to compete. 18 squads hoping for that one last chance to get into the round robin to compete for the glory of being a Season 15 champion. It's a long road from here. You have to win the Challenger Cup. You then go into the round robin group stage for your region next weekend. You then win that, you go to the finals for your region. You win the finals, you then go into the global finals where you compete against EU and OCE's champions. So there's a lot of gameplay left ahead in this postseason for 1 or 2 of these teams that's going to qualify through this NACC. And it's ultimately good for us, Wookie, because we get to watch a lot of good high-tier Onward, and
Yes.
I very rarely complain about high-tier Onward, and I'm really stoked to get into some action here this afternoon. We are just waiting for Aging Moss and Atrocities, the first match we'll jump into, to populate. It looks like we're going to start on Cargo. We'll start and finish on Cargo as our one map here in this battle, and the sort of theme for this afternoon will be that we'll try to do our best to jump around to different maps as they're being played. We may very likely jump into a map in the middle of a series where it's 2-2 or something like that. So do be ready for that, but also be aware that there should be more than one stream live in the near future. Right now we have Minsu and Chumbait both in the EU Challenger Cup, finishing that off right now. They will be joining into the NA Challenger Cup later, likely in round 2 or so, and they'll have their own streams live right here on this YouTube channel. So there's going to be a lot of NACC gameplay after round 1 across a couple of different channels, and so do keep your eyes out for that. But for now, this is where you're going to see most of the action, and that's sort of what you can expect for this afternoon. I kind of think, Wookie, that we could see also some teams that are unprepared this afternoon. You know, this is really a long day, and some teams know what they're getting into, but some of these other squads are kind of new. You look at the Atrocities, they're a silver team, not necessarily bringing a ton of experience into this season in comparison to a squad like Aging Moss.
Absolutely. I mean, like, we've seen some crazy upsets in the past from silver teams, from gold teams. So who knows what we'll see today?
Yeah, that is the beauty of the Challenger Cup. It is a battle of the unknown. And wow, this is, if ever, a advantage for the Atrocities. The Aging Moss squad, when we look at the ranking here on this matchup page, is 9-6, ranked 10th right now. And the Atrocities, 12-9, ranked 26th on the NA side. But they're getting a slight advantage as we get in to round number 1 here. It is going to be a 4v5 startup on Cargo, as Aging Moss will go on to the attack and the Atrocities will go on to the defense. And I mean, hey, that's certainly an interesting start. I did see some teams saying they won't have 5, you know, they only have 4, and you know, you got to play when the time comes. You can't wait, otherwise that counts as a forfeit, I believe. And I think if you have too many forfeits, you end up not being qualified in. And there's our first kill, and it's a team kill. The first kill of the series is a team kill, and well, the pressure's on right now, Wookie.
Pressure is so on. They're already team killing and evening up the odds at the very beginning. Rush just took out Foxtrot Juliet. So now we have an awkward situation here where the Atrocities have the upper hand, and they unfortunately kind of just let it slip away from them.
Just a touch, but this could persist throughout this series. So Aging Moss could be fighting a 4v5 battle for more than just a round or 2 if they're unfortunate enough. Hopefully their 5th will join in at some point this afternoon, you know, but...
he's in the lobby right now, but it looks like he just missed that entry. Okay. So, yeah.
Well, a moment there, then missed, I suppose. But it's a 3v4, and it's not quite done yet. Atrocities waiting for the push to come through from Aging Moss and this squad as they do set up on that mid-half point. And Canadian Jesus will open things up with a kill right there. This could be a cap opportunity if they play their cards right and get the right utility placed.
Strong defensive position from Cup. Tucks out Hezbollah Almaz. And Field Crib. Oh man, Cup is evening things up for these guys. It is now a 2v2 situation.
A nice double kill that absolutely puts things in order. Rush, I think, was flashed. They go down to a great swing from Cup. That's a triple kill to get them back into this. Canadian Jesus finds a kill on the backside, though. Objectives opened up a bit, and as Canadian assesses where his team is, Cup finds a quad. 4 kills on the round to clutch it in for the Atrocities. Just barely scraping by, but they get around a team kill on the board for FX Trot, the -1. You hate to see it, Wookie, but it's there. It's a glaring. Some people leave the lobby and reconnect to remedy this situation, but I don't think we'll be seeing that here. And what a round from Atrocities.
I know that 4 kills from Cup. That was an incredible comeback for the Atrocities. I mean, it wasn't looking good at the very beginning right there where they got that team kill, making it a 4v4, and you'd think, you know, the ball was in Aging Moss's hands, but Atrocity was like, nope, we are controlling this. Good defense is all you need, you know. That's all. You really got to do some good defensive positions to stop stuff like that.
I see a couple of folks in chat. We do appreciate you stopping by and hanging out. A reminder that right now the EU Challenger Cup is also live. Should be wrapping up with the last few rounds, last few maps there, and we've got a long day of Onward here this afternoon. You know, again, looking at 5 rounds, 5 maps getting played out here. A bunch of different teams, over 18 teams competing right now in this first round of the CC. And so definitely a lot of folks out there with a dream in hand.
Yeah, lots of early smokes coming out. Looks like the Atrocities are going to push hard in the very beginning. Canadian Jesus doing his best to shut that down, applying some pressure.
The first one to shoot.
Oh, a bad flash.
Yeah, those flashes don't connect, and they're trying to push through defensive smokes. These are defensive smokes that have come in, not offensive ones. Lord Naz has gotten past Almaz as they're going to peek out. Connor's there on the corner. They do not find that trade. It should be information for Naz to work off, but Naz actually first finds Canadian Jesus up through the center. A nice pickup, a long shot there from Trenton will actually put things into favor for Atrocities as Hezbollah goes down. FX Trot catches that kill, and it's up to the duo. Now just Rush as they're alone in a 1v2.
Really precise shots going out, and I'm really impressed with how all of this is playing out. All it comes down to now is defense.
Oof. Atrocities looking to start things off 2-0. Aging Moss definitely don't want to open up map 1 on Cargo down 2-0. And maybe now really regretting having to start the round down a player. But stick to the rules. We got to stay punctual. We got to get into the series. Got to play that first map on time. And
can't be late.
Yeah, all 18 teams that are in this right now have to be jumping into their match. And you know, Wookie, we can be assured that there's I would be willing to wager that we'll be able to jump into a probably halfway done map after this one completes with how things normally go.
Tough on Cargo because it's such a fast-paced map, but yeah, maybe we'll get lucky. I'm impressed watching Rush just kind of like keep going side to side on this map, just making sure all the angles are covered. And I'm impressed with the restraint from Atrocities. They're just moving up really slow. They know they have plenty of time on their hands. And they are just looking at all the usual suspects when it comes to positions for Volk. RushX might be in trouble here. Nope, doesn't see anything for Foxtrot.
A pretty meta defensive position. If you're the last defender in particular, it really gives you the ultimate line of coverage to prevent anyone from pushing up to cap. It's a little bit forward considering the objectives behind the cargo crate, and you don't necessarily need to deny the cross, but it should be checked by the Atrocities. You know, you should check this corner when you peek out here.
It's tough because as Rush Zach's about to find out, his left elbow can be seen before Foxtrot Juliet can take him. Oh, there it is.
Good pickup. They're going to follow it up with some utility. Is that a flashbang that goes out towards Trenton?
Ooh,
I think it
that was a really good flash. I think that actually connected.
Oh, wow.
It did.
What
Rush evening it up.
Beautiful clutch play there.
I have three words. 3 words for you, Nightfire. Defense, defense, defense.
Yeah, that's always...
Is going to win.
Yeah. Yep, seems to be the case here this afternoon as a big round locked in by Aging Moss. And looks like they're having maybe a name reset or someone rejoining in, maybe even a sub coming in as Aging Moss have one more that's dropped out. And otherwise, Atrocities almost taking that round, and pushing us up 2-0 there, Wookie. But we're tied 1 apiece on map 1.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive performance from the Atrocities against AGM. I mean, AGM is a really talented team, and the Atrocities being the silver bracket, maybe they're not too well known. I frankly don't know them all that well, so I'm really impressed though. Like the play that we're gonna see today is just gonna be really high level Onward, like you mentioned.
It's high level Onward, and it's a big question mark over how these teams are going to perform when the pressure is on, when they're competing in a very limited means like this, where you have one map to prove your worth and beat the team. There's no best of 3, best of 5. It is this single map. It's every round that matters, and there's really opportunities for teams, like you said, Wookie, to really kind of come out of nowhere. Teams we wouldn't expect to win or beat other squads. They have opportunities here to do just that. As we do get into round 3, and we see some early C4 placed by Lord Naz, some early nades and utility coming in from Canadian Jesus and Asian as they do push up here and are going to be running into Connor Rag first if they do decide to push through to this side.
A lot of utility being spent early on, really fascinating. That's cargo for you though.
Oh yeah. No need to hold back. A good flash, I think, comes up and likely catches Connor. Doesn't catch Trenton. Canadian Jesus flies forward and gets just to the other side of Connor. Spins and catches the kill. Good distracting there from Asian as they pushed up. Connor definitely looking towards the other side and not anticipating Canadian to be there, as now Juliet Bravo holds things
Brenton's
down
right there in the middle of all this. Oh.
Chaos unfolds in a flash. Trades across the entire battlefield, Wookie, and we're left with one and one as Rush crosses the doorway. We're gonna have the final fight right now. It goes Aging Moss's way, 2-1.
So much happened so quickly there. I couldn't even keep up with it. It was like 2 or 3 trades all. It was chaos, like you said. And that's the thing, though, too, about this event today is like, it doesn't really matter. Frankly, if you ask me where you stand on the standings, today is more of a marathon. It's not really a sprint. Like, you can kind of sprint through certain maps, best of 3s, but this is going to be an all-day event, so the teams have to just pace themselves and not get tilted early on.
Yeah, but to the point, you lose one early in this group stage with 18 teams playing. There's likely not going to be a lot of leeway. You know, your winning team is likely going to be a team that's undefeated. You know, so having that first loss, it really can tilt you, because then who knows? Who knows, really, though? Maybe we don't have an undefeated squad. You know, that's also a possibility. There is the chance that everybody loses. You know what I mean? And so it really is. It gets interesting in rounds 4 and 5, but you do not want to lose early. You know, that really sets a bad tone for the rest of the day, and it can be hard to come back from. We'll have to see. We're not there. We're not there yet. We're only into the first map so far, as we do get ready to jump back into it for round 4. And let's take a look at the KDs real quick before this round kicks off. But we might not have a lot of time, as there's early smokes coming in for both sides.
Everyone getting into their positions. That was a really aggressive flash from Canadian Jesus.
Yeah, their lucky Cup didn't catch that cross, but they do manage to get across and are holding down
Lord Naz.
This long lane. Yep, Lord Naz is pushed up, but not running into anything just yet. It's Canadian Jesus here that's really battling early, trying to fight back Cup and Foxtrot Juliet, who is here. Naz holding things down up through the center. First kill comes through in round 4 on Feeble Crib's side. They'll take down Connor trying to cross that open angle.
Good pick against Canadian Jesus from Cup. Asian gets the refrag, though, against Foxtrot. And Cup does go down to Hezbollah.
Kill 2 of them.
Aging Moss getting aggressive on defense, and there's the final kill getting confirmed by Almaz. It'll be 3-1 for Aging Moss. And now things are going more the way that we anticipated this series to go, Wookie. You know, again, a top-tier team like Aging Moss going up against a team that, again, is substantially lower in the overall season standings. But anything's possible. It's not done yet, but we're coming up on map point for Aging Moss.
I mean, we could see something crazy come out of nowhere, right? Like a cap from Atrocities, and that will easily even things up.
Well, they'll have to first defend. Yeah, they'll have to first defend and then a cap, but that could be a map for them in a 1-2 punch right there. So you can never be too key, especially, you know.
This is a tough objective, too.
I feel like
wide out in the open.
We also do see caps almost have a little bit more priority in a single map format too. You know, if I recall correctly in past Challenger Cups, you know, pushing in for those caps really can, because then you're setting a tone to take that entire. You know, you're winning a series with one play essentially. You know, because the map is the series, and you're halfway to winning. But with a cap, caps are big in the CC when you're only going up against a team for one map. That team doesn't have time to get used to your style either. So the early rounds really can be quite dangerous in the Challenger Cup for as we get deeper in. But right now, you know, the seedings, putting the top teams in the ladder against some of the lower teams in the ladder. Just kind of how it works. You know, that's why you want to do well in the regular season, so you get seeded well. Ultimately, you don't even want to be here by playing in the regular season. Yeah. You know, but they are here, and Aging Moss so far just a round away from taking their first map and starting their hopefully undefeated streak
Oh.
as the first C4 comes through from Naz, catches the kill. A quick res from Canadian Jesus means no one's going to get confirmed. And they're pushing in for a cap themselves.
Connor,
They're going
team
5-1. They want to get 5-1 on the board, and they get it underneath the
is.
smoke. Foxtrot doesn't put rounds through the smoke soon enough. And Aging Moss are kicking it off almost perfectly by going up 5-1. 5-0 would have been 5-0 would have been better, you know, but 5-1 is definitely a great way, because at the end of the day too, if they if they win everything and they tie against another undefeated team, the amount of rounds won will determine who is the victor. So you want to get as many points as you can, and 5-1 will be a great start for Aging Moss. And well, on the other side of things, if you're on the Atrocities, it's definitely not your optimal start to a hopeful, you know, miracle run through up to the round robin, you know. But it's all about competing, having fun at the end of the day, especially for teams kind of in that middle tier, you know, because that's why you're playing in the league. You get better, play against good teams. It's good to get the experience, because Wookie, this team, Aging Moss, I think they have experience playing in the Challenger Cup and postseason.
I would imagine that they do. I mean, they seem to go in with a pretty good plan here.
Yeah.
And, you know, I was going to probably jinx it and say, like, oh, maybe this is the comeback round for the Atrocities, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to do the caster curse or nothing. But it did, in fact, end up being the last round for the Atrocities. And we'll see Aging Moss move up. Oh, and to the remark you made earlier about the way the final game works, best of 3. I think everything is happening today. It's all comes down to what happens today.
I just joined a random lobby that's up. I don't even know who the teams are in this one. It's hosted by, I think, Playboy Ghost.
Yes.
Which teams are these? Wicked, Ultimate Rival. We're jumping around now. Like I said, we're going to do our best to get into the
Most
action
wanted.
to other games. And so it looks like I have chosen us into or jumped us into a most wanted matchup.
Excommunicado.
Excellent. Okay, let me change those team names and adjust the scores. It is most wanted. So far, 1-2. Okay, let's set things up. Let's take us a little bit here. You will see. Get into it. Yeah, let's get into round 4. Sorry, of this match between both of these two squads. Most Wanted versus Excommunicado. I still don't know quite who is on what team. I'm not familiar with the rosters enough.
I could give you down the rosters if you want.
Well, which team is Easy Fusion on?
Easy Fusion is Most Wanted.
A little bit behind the scenes there, as you see us type in the names. I think I spelled Excommunicado with 2 M's, but that's okay. We'll fix that in post when we get into our next couple.
Yeah, I can fix it.
Yeah.
You do your thing. I got you.
And into the action we go as Ultimate Rival catches the first kill of round 4. A nice scoop up there, and Most Wanted hopeful to take maybe even a cap here, as we are up into on Subway in the upper floor market objective. Definitely out of any of the objectives here, maybe one of the, I would say the 3rd ranked easiest to cap objective on this map, but definitely one that can be capped if you get the right smokes and utility, and ultimately you root out some of this defense here. It's Bremer in particular tucked in, has a very effective defensive position, and we'll enhance a little bit there. But this is a key spot.
It's an extremely meta spot too, and so I imagine Most Wanted will have a plan on how to deal with that. Looks like they're already starting to smoke them out.
Yeah, and I'm
not very sure though that was a good smoke.
No, it does deny vision ultimately from Bremer, but they need to follow that up with a nade or two. And looks like Bremer was trying to get that flash, or I think that was a flash, a little bit farther. There's the nade they needed to follow up with, but you have to hit it just right. If you throw it, I mean, that's like the worst. Yeah, in between the boxes, catches nobody.
No bonus points.
Salty Fu goes down. Salty gonna push up here onto the corner, and Light Skin throwing up some smokes that again, these are not getting the utility placement they need here to push forward.
Really rough utility throws going on.
Down goes Salty. Bremer with a nice pickup there, and Lightskin getting pinched by Ultimate Rival on the other side as Rival's looking to get aggressive and lock in a second round for Excommunicado. Definitely jumped into a nice 2-2 as, well, we're not there yet, but with 5 left alive, Excommunicado definitely looking to push this one up and tie it.
Lightskin is getting flanked. I can't believe this is happening, but Ultimate Rival is slowly getting behind Lightskin. And then we also have Playboy Ghost trying to come up really slowly through the subway stairs way in the back.
Oh, I didn't even see Ghost over there. Yeah, there's still 2 left alive on Most Wanted.
But it looks like Most Wanted went all in on this approach, and its Bremer has completely shut it down, and Ultimate Rival will likely get a flank here. Everyone's moving so slowly, very quietly, on their tippy toes.
Yeah, Light's definitely not going to be ready for Rival on the backside. And this should be a pretty easy pickup for Rival if they do commit to peeking this corner, which they should. But, you know, sometimes that final little bit of extra push can feel like a little bit too much, and Rival may not want to peek. If they do, though, they'll find the easy pickup. Down goes Light, and now it's up to Playboy Ghost alone in a 1v5. This one definitely going to be tough to take for them, and Excommunicado just need to hold things down around objective, where they do have most of their defense patiently waiting for Playboy Ghost to push into.
This is a brutal matchup here.
Indeed, it is. It's possible, I suppose, out of any game, you know, in the game of Onward, you can find quick kills consecutively, but definitely going to be quite the challenge, and Rival likely to find Playboy Ghost first if they can continue to kind of do what they've been doing and roam around. Ultimately, though, they're back here in objective square, and there's 5 here waiting for Ghost. No one's extending out. No one's giving Ghost any easy picks. There's no easy points of entry that are unmarked or unmonitored, and there's going to be the 21 IQ finding Playboy Ghost down, and Excommunicado tying things up 2-2. I think in comparison to the last matchup, Wookie, when we look at this one, we do have that matchup page to kind of go into, and Most Wanted are the Excommunicado are the underdog in this series. Most Wanted 13th overall in the NA ladder. Excommunicado 37th, down into that silver tier. And so again, for Excommunicado to even have 2 rounds right now is certainly impressive. It's a great job from them. They look like a very disciplined team there, taking that second round.
They looked extremely good on the defense too. Everyone was tucked. They were holding their lines, and they had one dedicated flanker. And so it just goes to show you that these guys know what they're doing.
Both teams indeed coming in with that level of experience that we love to see, and that's what kind of we do here at the VRML. We try and cultivate good quality matchups at the end of the day, but also, you know, a fun place to get better at the game, or with a ranking system where if you win, you go up, if you lose, you go down, and ultimately you get settled into a position where you're going to play against teams that you're of the same skill level, so you can learn and improve and get better at the game to eventually climb that ladder. You know, I think one misconception that a lot of teams have that are just making a new team, or a lot of players have that are maybe just joining VRML, is that, you know, especially with a game like Onward that has 15 seasons, it's likely going to take at least 2 seasons to get your team to a point where you're able to compete in the top tier. You know, you have to put a little bit of time and experience in, because you're going up against squads that in some cases have literal years of time playing competitively in the VRML in the game of Onward. And so, you know, it can take some time, and you don't really get opportunities like this to otherwise get up into that top 8. And so a big moment here for Excommunicado. We'll see if they can capitalize, and Most Wanted definitely not where they want to be right now in their first matchup of the day.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out here. We do have, I think, some veteran players here on Excommunicado, and you know, the veterans, they have the advantage of doing this before, and they know like anything can really happen on a day like today. You can just play your heart's content out. You know, you just you just do some crazy flanks, and that sometimes is all you need to do to seal the deal.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, a cap puts this team in a map victory and advancing on with a 1-0 lead. So Excommunicado, if anything, should go for the cap. You know, now is the time to try and pull off one of these plays, try and thread the needle through this defense, catch Salty out, push up through these stairs, get some smokes on the objective, and don't even really worry about getting everybody down. Just try and make some magic happen, so to speak. But it's also a pretty challenging thing to do, and rather risky, and especially if you're tied 2-2, you may not necessarily want to take that risk because the game is within your reach. But you know, again, if there's ever moments, it's now. As Salty does detonate a C4, pushes through the smoke, down to Wicked, catches them trying to rotate for the heal, and Care needs to get picked up quickly here. Ultimate Rival needs to get that res fast before Salty confirms. With a nade coming in, that could be devastating. A flash. Salty, do they push down the stairs? No, they don't commit, and Ultimate Rival and Care are super lucky that Salty doesn't push that flash.
Oh, but he's going for it now.
Bro, I have flashed myself, but I got...
Oh, he flashed himself. It happens. In fact, I do that all the time.
Oh, wow.
I know that the enemy's flashed, but I also flashed myself, so it's okay.
Either way, a big shutdown coming through there from Salty. The rest of the defense gets picked apart. 21 IQ, I believe, caught a kill up in the horseshoe. Yeah, and Salty is going to hold things down here as Ultimate Rival still looking to work their way up through the stairs. And again, if there was any way to make something happen, it would be for a cap to take the map. So maybe you kill Salty and then slink your way up to the objective underneath the nose of the entire defense. Otherwise, it is a 1v5 retake that needs to happen here for Ultimate Rival.
It's actually quite impressive that Salty Fu was able to utilize C4 so effectively. I feel like a lot of teams are always ready for C4 on that tunnel access, and you know, he still managed to catch him off guard with it, and he played it very well.
I think he caught him off guard because of the smoke. They'll finally go down there. Ultimate Rival catches that kill, but the team should now be aware. And ultimately, Ultimate's getting pushed on the underside. They're getting flanked right now. I think they're out of ammo, or no, finally reloading there. They're looking for a syringe, as they do use their downed opponent's syringe to heal themselves. Salty isn't going to push from the bottom of the stairs, and Ultimate Rival will go right down into the kill line, as Most Wanted will take another round. They go up 3-2 and are now looking at map point if they can lock this one in.
Yeah, the pressure's on now.
Yep.
I'm impressed with how well Most Wanted is playing here. You know, they're playing calm, cool, and collected. They don't seem to be getting panicked, and they're really capitalizing on the enemy's mistakes.
Yeah.
They got the flanker going in, and you know, they got the enemy dialed in. True. So good communication going on there. And then the flanker just keeps finishing it every time. Flanker being, yeah.
Oh, we have a brief break here. A quick shout out to everyone that is stopping in for the first round of the North American Challenger Cup. This is just the first round of 5, and there should be more streams going online soon once the EU, the European Challenger Cup, finishes. We'll have Minsu and Chumbait both on their own streams right here on this YouTube channel, streaming more of these rounds live to you, because we have 18 teams playing, which means that we have 18 divided by 2, 9 games getting played each round. So we're right now doing our best to jump around to whatever games we can get into. And we started with, I already forgot who we started with, Wookie. But we've already covered one map on Cargo. It went to Aging Moss. And now we're looking here at Most Wanted, hoping to take their first map in round 1. And ultimately advance. I mean, maybe we'll see Most Wanted and Aging Moss battling up against each other if they continue to win.
Somebody pushing service?
And I just love that they're playing Subway, because this is my favorite map.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one. And hey, I mean, we're right into 2 close quarters maps. I feel like it'll almost be a rarity if we do get into a long range map like Downfall or something, because the way that the system works with each team banning down a map until there's only 2 maps left in the map pool, I feel like we may be more inclined to see actually a bit more of the subway and these maps that are kind of 50-50 for a lot of teams in terms of how they perform on them.
Oh, interesting. C4 on camera 2. Yeah, no, it's going to be really fascinating. I do wonder how that all play out. There's a lot of bands to work with.
Wow, and Most Wanted is already up, pushing towards objective. Salty completely uncontested.
Not good.
And yeah, this leaves the ability for exactly what I was talking about in terms of a solid way to advance forward here. Throw some smokes down onto the objective, push up to it, punch in the code. Most Wanted, just like Gauging Moss, have experience and know that if they can get up here, get the cap, get 5 points on the board, it's going to be better for them at the end of the day. And so I imagine they're looking for a cap right now, and the Challenger Cup is the tournament of caps for sure. If there's ever a time, it's more so now than ever. Maybe the round robin next weekend, we'll see some cap attempts as well, but I imagine we're going to see a lot of efforts in getting those 2 points, and at least for now, Most Wanted have stalled on pushing forward anymore.
Yeah, that was a good stall effort by Excommunicado. Really great push, though, by Most Wanted. They got pretty dangerously close there before they were slowed down. Close to the objective, that is. So, 21 IQ, really the only guy here holding it down besides the Wicked. Everyone's just kind of slowed down, took a pause to reevaluating things, but Most Wanted still approaching in from this subway tube.
Yeah, and you do have Easy Fusion over there on Horseshoe as well. If they can come down from those stairs, they could be a threat to 21 IQ, and a couple of these defensive positions could open up an opportunity for then Salty and Playboy to push forward towards the objective, but we will have to see what their end game play looks like. 3:47 on the clock, so they have a lot of time to work with before they really do need to start to push in. And so they can kind of test this Excommunicado team's patience, you know, because that's one of the big things for newer teams, that they're not necessarily quite good at being patient. And I say that as Most Wanted get a little bit over aggressive, and down goes Playboy Ghost. A nice scoop up there from Ultimate Rival, a solid prone position, and a pretty common one at that.
I was going to add, yeah, the only problem he would have, Ultimate Rival, would be if they had smokes, but Most Wanted already blew all the smokes earlier, so no utility to worry about. He has a clear line on the objective, and it does look like Salty is going to reposition himself. He's getting out of that subway tube. It is a death trap.
Yeah, not a good spot to be in. And in comparison, you do have Easy Fusion working their way down pretty free and clear through that horseshoe down to the stairs, and their first point of contention should be Wicked, unless they go behind Wicked and start to push over towards Ultimate Rival. Because look at this. I mean, look at where Care is. They're watching that north side stairs. They don't have any eyes over here towards Easy Fusion's line as they push down.
All quiet on the eastern front here. Easy slowly making his way through the subway cars. He's on camera 2. But Wicked, he's gonna have to deal with Wicked any moment here, and Easy can hear Wicked talking on the radio, so he definitely knows he is there. Both teams, though, doing really just a great job keeping completely quiet, not letting any little footstep sounds or anything.
It is the silent approach and necessary if you want to catch the drop on your defenders. And Wicked here also staying silent. And we're seeing good discipline coming in from this Excommunicado squad. You know, they really are doing a good job of staying patient. Even when those smokes came in, we didn't see too much panic or scramble. And if anything, they got those 2 kills and held things down, prevented that push from coming in. Ultimate Rival's prone position, they stuck to it and found the kills they needed to shut down anyone pushing up for a cap. And now Most Wanted are really pretty spread and really a bit uncoordinated, dare I say. But that could change in a moment, as you do see Bremer trying to scoop, does find that first kill. Salty was trying to rotate down from the north stairs. That kill, though, does give away their position, and Fusion finds a quick refrag. They give away their position now, though. And I think Wicked just either breathed hard or was surprised by Fusion's shots behind them, and Fusion heard that over the open comms and now puts shots down towards Wicked.
Yeah, impressive flanking pickup by Fusion there. Wicked. Oh, Fusion gets Wicked. Great shot. Pretty sure he blew his foot off under the ramparts there.
Indeed, we were on board for that one, and now Easy Fusion going to capitalize on this chaos as Lightskin starts to throw some shots down towards the 21 IQ. They start to push forward. 25 seconds on the clock. Wookiee time is running out. They have to push for this objective, and they've forgotten that Care is still over here in the north. Easy Fusion swings for a quick snapshot. Light flies up to find 21 IQ, and there's 2 pushing in on the objective with Ultimate Rival, the last one to hold things down. Shots start coming in towards Easy Fusion, but Lightskin will find the kill. Most wanted. Take the map win, and it's not a cap, it's not 5-2, but they're just as happy. They take the map. 4-2 celebrations coming in from Most Wanted. It's the start you need. You cannot afford to lose early in these rounds, otherwise you're gonna have you're really kind of hoping that these top teams are gonna lose at some point during this Challenger Cup. Otherwise, the dream of undefeated pursuit is alive for Aging Moss and Most Wanted after round 1 here. And well, what an exciting start to our first couple of,
Indeed.
Great games, really. Surprising wins coming in from 2 teams down lower in the ranks. And maybe these Most Wanted, Aging Moss, these teams that are otherwise seated higher, starting to wake up a little bit now after their first game. A little bit of a warm-up round, Wookiee. What are rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5 going to deliver to us? That's the real question.
I can't wait to find out. I'm just looking at the challenge, and it is looking like a lot of these were kind of blowout games. I'm seeing a lot of 4-1s, 4-2, yeah, just really just 4-1s.
That's pretty standard for the early round of the CC, right? Because again, when you look at the seeding, the way that it works is that the higher you are in the regular season, the better seeded you are. You go up against a squad that is lower in rank, just because that's the way that seeding works. And so it puts more value on the regular season. You know, you really do want to compete hard in the regular season, even if you're not in the top 7, because if you are higher up in that ranking than a team against you, you know, you have that home team advantage, that home field, quote unquote, advantage. There's a lot to look towards there as a squad that is higher in the overall regular season ladder. So not surprising again to see the blowouts, but those will start to go away as we get into these later rounds, and we do have these high-tier teams going up against each other for a battle of the undefeated pursuit through this North American Challenger Cup. But I do think that me and Wookiee are going to take a brief break, and we come back, it will be the start of round 2. There should be, again, multiple streams coming up shortly, likely when round 2 begins, so do keep your eyes peeled on this YouTube channel for more live streams to come online. But for now, stick around, don't go anywhere. When we come back, the beginning of round 2, we'll be coming at you.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother, soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us as we get set up for round 2 of this North American Challenger Cup bracket. We have several teams that have played their first round and remained undefeated through this early Challenger Cup. Those teams include, I just had there it is. Aging Moss, who we saw win, Flash Bangers, Proteus, the number 1 seeded team so far, Insidious, a team that we're going to tune into right now, going up against Latin Force, who also won, Spectre LC, Blaze, Most Wanted, and War Thug QC. 9 teams taking their first win on round 1. Aging Moss and Flashbangers doing it with the most amount of points difference, so there's +4 points difference, and they're tied technically for first place right now. Aging Moss leading by some level of difference, but it is a close. It's too early to decide, Wookie, how this thing's going to shake out. We're only into round 1 being finished. We're jumping into round 2 of this bracket right now, and what that means again is that each round we have a matchup where a team is paired against another team and they play one single map. The teams band down a predetermined map pool of 10 maps or so, all the way down to only 2 maps, and then home team picks which map we play on. We're going in to Downfall on our map number 1 here this afternoon, and I talked to it. I said to Wookie offline, I'd be surprised if we get Downfall, just because you have to ban all of the maps, all of the map bans to get down to this point, and it's interesting to see that. I felt like teams would typically be banning this map versus letting it go through that whole ban process.
Yeah, I'm impressed that we're going to see Downfall round 2, and I was super excited when I loaded into the tent and I was like, oh, we're on Downfall. It's happening.
It's about to be happening too. We have both teams in lobby, both squads ready to go. We look over at Latin Force. We have El Mexicano, Guerrero Azteca, Ivans 123, Torres Family, and El Argentino. And over on Insidious, we have Catholic Goat, Jake from Skate Farm, Texas, Davis Bros 505, and Golden Viking. And Wookie, these are names that are familiar to me, to you. These are teams that have been here for several seasons.
Absolutely. A lot of veteran players on both sides. And so I'm not surprised that we actually went with Downfall. I feel like that just bodes well in terms of confidence from both teams. I feel like the new guys indeed don't like Downfall. The new folks are like, nah, let's play Suburbia and
Cargo and Subway. And yeah, it's hey, I like those maps too, but the open range is always exciting to tune into. And ultimately, we're going to get a pretty quick spawn for round number 1 as we do get into the action. And Latin Force may have an opportunity to find some early shots if they do so choose, but they actually won't spot that early rotation coming in from the duo down there to get into the center building.
He does.
Mexicano does find Davis Bro way down there, trying to get all the way up. Oh, that's a big rotation to get up into that south.
Yeah, that was a really bold attempt. And it's kind of funny because it's like Downfall, a big map, but right away we get like really close spawns. So it's basically a CQB situation almost.
And Mexicano's going to try to get up to White House. Surprised they do. The Chicago should have come in that they died over here and that someone killed them. But also it was with a silencer. So very hard to hear at the distance that they are from there that gun was shot. And they may have missed those, somehow those shots and not really had an idea. But now you do see Davis Bros definitely called out this rotation. Mexicano is going to try to get the confirm, but still doesn't confirm Davis Bros. And Jake from Skate Farm looking for a slice out of that bottom floor to find an angle through that window to catch El Mexicano out here.
Ironically, really powerful position for Davis to be down in. He has clear vision of Guerrero and El Mexicano, and that's going to be tough for them to deal with, for Latin Force to deal with, because they have a lot of information getting gained from Davis right now.
There's a real scary opportunity here for Latin Force, scary for Insidious. If Guerrero or Mexicano are able to suppress and push up across this road to this bottom story and get rid of Jake from Skate Farm, they could be capping inside and getting an early 2 points. And capping is everything in this map.
Yeah, they'll have to deal with Texas, who's in that dark room just above Jake, but Guerrero's going for it. He might find Texas's barrel Or his bullets, sorry. Oh, it's a trade. Wow, what a trade. Still Mexicano in the White House. Davis still able to give call outs on movement, and Jake just sitting in there by objective, making sure no one can sneak in.
Yeah. I mean, a vital position. You really need to have someone in this bottom floor if you don't have anyone in the White House or defending from the south side. So without Davis, they have to keep Jake in that bottom floor. But with Texas gone, Mexicano really has a big opportunity, especially if they can catch Jake out. Jake catches Mexicano out instead, though, and we trade 1-for-1. The opposite side push coming through. The north side trio looking to get rid of some players here up through the center, and now we shift our attention away from the south, away from the threat of that cap from the bottom floor, and into where a battle is unfolding across the north side in the middle of this map.
Yeah, Latin Force opted to rotate completely around the map and approach from West Street, which is like complete opposite of where they spawned at. And so as a result, we are over halfway through the round, 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. They're running out of time for this approach, but they don't seem too bothered. They don't seem to be too worried about that whole time thing. Opting instead to be careful in their approach. They know that they have to dig out defenders from Center Hotel. So far, they are really trying to apply the pressure, but not enough so far.
Wow, I'm looking at the round robin, the bracket right now. I already see a 4-0 in round 2.
Oh my God, the atrocities! Wow. Yeah, I mean, they played really well.
Either a forfeit or an incredible cap. 2 rounds.
Forfeit, you're right. Must have been. Catholic Goat getting a kill, getting a pick on Latin Force. So now minute 45 on the clock, and Latin Force starting to struggle. Time is beginning to slip away for them here.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time to make this cross. Torres is so far away as well. Argentino not very far away. They can kind of sprint towards that objective. But even with a minute, it's going to be tough. Catholic Goat here also going to be tough to get through as utility does start to come in towards objective. That's a good smoke toss right onto the OBJ. Jake's not really in a position to help a whole lot. They can rotate up to the 2-story, look out the window, but they end up dropping their coverage of that bottom floor, which they may not want to do just yet. But more utility comes in. That's not bad from Argentino to deny vision from that 2nd story. And they could just try and bypass these 2 defenders and go for the cap.
Four is getting a pick on Catholic. That's huge. Golden Viking all alone in Center Hotel. Jake in the basement. Argentino can just slip past Golden Viking and just cap. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Paul Argentino doesn't even have to bother with anything else.
Golden sees him.
Oh no. Oh no.
Torres out in the open now as Jake peeks the corner, is in a bad spot, and Golden will catch the double to clutch things up.
Wow.
A nice play from Latin Force. Again, you got to risk it, Wookie, for those 2 points. The cap is everything in a single map format, and you definitely see Latin Force on the hunt there. Insidious, though, stopping that cap, and now I would be willing to wager going for a cap attempt of their own, because there's several objectives on Downfall in particular that are kind of easy to cap. This is one of them, because there's several different ways to approach here.
The challenge with Downfall is just approaching the objective, but once you're on objective, it is pretty easy to get a cap in relatively safely. A lot of cover, but I really like that approach that Latin Force originally set up to do. They got that early pick against Insidious, and you know, Davis though was able to give call outs, and I think that's why that push from the south just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, they never got that confirm. That could have been a very different looking push. I wonder if Texas would have peaked the way they did out that doorway if maybe call-outs hadn't been coming in, to your point, from Davis saying, hey, they're pushing, you know, like the smokes are blind, you know, like peak. And so it's, it's
I definitely think there's something like that going on there.
Yeah.
Jake seemed to know right when to peek through the window and get that kill early on. So I think there was some radio communication happening. Either way, great defense.
Yeah, and as a reminder for those tuning in, we do have multiple streams live right now on the YouTube channel, so this is not the only game that you can tune into this afternoon. We should actually have some other top-tier matchups getting broadcast right now by several other casters, Chumbate, Minsu as the host, but we've got all kinds of co-casters in the rotation this afternoon for the 5 rounds of high-quality VRML gameplay. I mean, Wookie, it's what we look forward to for 13 weeks for the whole regular season. It's like we're always thinking as casters, the back of our mind, man, postseason's going to be fun. You know, like it's all, especially with how good this season has been, how competitive it has been. You know, I've been watching. I haven't been doing a lot of broadcasting, obviously, but I know that people have really been enjoying the season in season 15, and I love to see that too. You know, 15 seasons in, Wookie, and people are still having a good time playing in the VRML.
I love to see it. I know I've been preparing well, not all day, but like the past 2 days, I've been sipping my tea, getting my voice ready because it's going to be a marathon and a voice of casting. So you know, you gotta go easy on our voices though. Lots of casting to be done.
Yeah, this used to be a 2-day thing. At least
I know.
You know what I mean, this used to be 2 days, 2 rounds getting played per season. It was a very different experience seasons ago, and so at the very least, it's a single day 5-map experience, I would say, because again, it is still ultimately 5 hours in most cases of Onward gameplay for these teams. At least for the team that's going to advance on and become the #1 spot to take that #1 spot and qualify in to that round robin next weekend. It's it's just good Onward, and it's so fun to watch good quality VR esports. You know, stuff we never talk about, like aim, is really stuff you should be paying attention to because these guys hit their shots too. It's hard to hit your shots in this game.
I know, that's what I was really impressed with last round is just how well these guys were like lasering each other. A trade early on, Texas and El Argentino, I think it was, just like a really impressive.
Yeah. Getting some deets from chat. This is a Latin Force map favorite, so is what people are reporting in. But Insidious at least open it up on defense with a solid hold down, and I mean that makes sense. Then the Latin Force are going to go for a cap, right? If it's your favorite map, downfall that objective.
And it was round 1. Go for the risk.
Of course.
Worth the gamble.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if you have lasers on, but I'm just watching Jake.
Always.
Yeah, I'm watching him just look at Guerrero through this window. He knows he's there.
Texas also has a eye on that window, and rightfully so. They have to get rid of Guerrero to really effectively push from the north side towards this objective. And if they don't suppress, like they're doing now, they have that vulnerability if they're going to try and cross from this red truck. So Jake, Texas, duoing their way up here. They've already lost one. I do not want to lose another, getting overzealous and rotating too far. So I imagine it's going to be a lot of leaping and bounding on their way up. Also maybe some utility as that smoke comes in and goes a bit too far.
It's fascinating to me. We're already halfway through the round, and Insidious is spending a lot of time on 2-story helicopter when, you know, they still have to deal with some really dug-in positions here from Latin Force. I mean, they got the White House, they got the really far south building. That's quite a push out in defense, but it's so powerful because you can just see so much. And Mexican already getting Golden Viking. Nice pick. Guerrero's so pushed up. It's actually kind of amazing.
Yeah, and Davis Bros still also tucked into the back. This whole team, looking at that overhead map, you can see not really getting past the midpoint line just yet. They're not even into the hornet's nest, so to speak, of this defense. And they'll need to get rid of Mexicano. And look at even Argentino's tucked way up onto that top story building there on the backside, watching this south rotation. So Davis Bros is going to have a super hard time. They have big overwatch angles, and with 2 minutes left, utility dwindling as they try and get rid of Guerrero. It is looking like a tough one for Insidious.
The odds are not looking good here for Insidious. I mean, Latin Force has such amazing defensive positions. They kind of just like really dug in here. We're gonna need to see some more picks. There we go. We got one from Davis taking out Ivans. but will it be enough?
Yeah, Guerrero's still alive. They found the kill in the rotation there, and now they're able to watch up through this window through the center where the smokes are coming in.
Oh,
Argentino finds that kill, and Mexicano scoops up the final one on Davis Bros. Latin Force, they're not going to let this one go easy, especially if it's their favorite map. They take their defensive side strongly, and we can look at the KDs. It's definitely a little bit more kills coming in from Latin Force after one round on both sides falls through.
Well, new objective, new opportunities. That was just a brutal objective. Latin Force knew exactly how to play that one. And we'll see how Insidious answers back here. This is a helicopter objective, so a little bit easier, I think, to cap on from an approach perspective. You can come up for the West Street and slip into the basement and get a cap, and it's pretty difficult. But I have a feeling Latin Force might, they might be trying to do that. Who knows? But let's just see though if Insidious is ready for it.
Yeah, we'll have to see our next objective taking us over to the north side. So we swap sides, and I feel like this one equally as vulnerable in terms of being able to be capped on. It has both ends that you can push from. You can cap on the inside of the building that it's next to, and that really makes any objective a dangerous threat. It means that as a defender, you have to put priority into preventing that from happening, even if it's not going to happen. Even if you have four if there's four that their location of, you still have to stay there, because that fifth might be doing some creepy crawly work in the backside and trying to prone their way all the way to the back of the building and push in for a cap. So you always have to invest resources in defending that side, and the moment you don't is the moment it becomes a risk and something that you have to be cautious of rotating towards, preventing caps from coming in. So it's all ultimately about getting rid of the on-objective defense or finding a way around them. We'll have to see what Latin Force are going to do as we do get back into the action for round number 3 with Latin Force going on the attack.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because with these larger maps, you don't have a bunch of people trying to be sneaky and move really slow because you just don't have the time to do it. El Argentino already getting a pick against Jake from Skate Farm. That's going to be huge for Latin Force.
I mean, speaking of moving slow, Jake trying to make that cross pretty late.
Yeah.
Maybe hoping that there wasn't anyone. Maybe they were relying too much on the idea that nobody had been spotted here on this side. And there's a great shot from Davis Bros. A beautiful snipe through the window across the map on the north. They'll catch a refrag. It's an instant headshot, instant kill, no res available. We're into a 4v4.
That was the AKM too. Impressive. Yeah, it looks like Latin Force is trying to get that flanker up and around the South Valley. They're going to probably push up West Street and let everyone else be a big distraction for their one flanker here.
But let's take a look at the defense of Insidious, as we do have probably some time before they push up into these positions. We got Golden Viking specifically here to watch that south side rotation. Watch Mexicano crossing this south street. You also have Catholic Goat, who's not necessarily watching the south right now. They have eyes more on along that north lane, but actually they are watching south as well. So they are definitely keeping vision on that south side. And then Davis Bros, who's also technically covering from that south side entrance. So they got 3 that are eyes on and ultimately going to be able to prevent a push from the south. What this does mean, however, Wookie, is that there's a big vulnerability on the front of this objective, and Texas is all that stands between this team and a cap.
Texas is dangerously pushed forward. I mean, that is brutal. Like, if Texas gets taken out, they have the whole front of the building and is a huge blind spot. Looks like Insidious was worried about a basement cap and decided to kind of set their defense in a way that protects from that, but now the front of the house is completely wide open if Texas goes down.
As we wait again for this push to continue through, a quick shout out to everyone tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. We appreciate your support, and a reminder that there's multiple streams live right now. You can catch multiple games, pull up all the streams, get a multicast, get 3 monitors, Put on your Quest 3 and put multiple monitors up with virtual desktop. Do whatever you have to watch all of the action, because there is great gameplay across the board, and kills unfolding here before our eyes as Davis Bros snipes one in the north, but Texas goes down, and so they lose that front wall coverage. Although Texas is just down, so they can radio in if anyone's going to push that OBJ.
Really dangerous situation for Golden Viking here. He's surrounded, basically all lasers pointing at him. Mexicano moving into the building, and in just any moment now gonna clear that building out. Drops a flash. Oh, yep. They are in separate compartments of the building, however, and they are not crossing paths just yet. This does give a good opportunity, though, for Mexicano to scope out the remaining defense. Looks like he's trying to find that angle on Catholic Goat. The nice thing about being Latin Force is you speak Spanish, and a lot of players I don't think are bilingual, so you don't know what they're saying. They're right next to you.
Talking in code, your own code.
Exactly. Oh, that smoke is going to blind Golden's vision a little bit, so he had to reposition, cover the stairs in a bit more vulnerable way. I think Latin Force is just going to approach from the front. It looks like they've figured it out, and they're just going to go rush in and cap.
Ooh, Ivans catches Texas trying to rotate. Davis realizes this and is concerned. They're crashing to the front of the objective so they can deny any cap because the smoke is here. Davis gets up to this 3-story, has a line out, but still can't cover the full wall. So they still don't know what's happening on this objective. Golden Viking has to defend this helicopter, and Mexicano has to get rid of Golden Viking. Otherwise, it's going to be a key spot. Oh, no, a team kill. Golden Viking goes down. That's a monumental team kill.
How did they... Oh, geez. The panic is setting in. The pressure is being applied by Latin Force.
Davis still survives, though. They don't go down. A minute 15 on the clock. Davis Bros has a better spot now. They have a line where they can watch that front coverage. They got coverage behind the truck. Ivan's not likely to expect this, and Davis catches a kill. Ivans will get fully confirmed. Mexicano still trying to get rid of Catholic Goat here over in the south. Torres has to get rid of Davis Bros. They may be able to get inside.
In for it.
No.
Oh, Catholic gets him.
Watch objective.
Shutting down that basement cap. El Mexicano going in for a flash or green. Oh, frag way overthrown. Oh my God. Catholic Goat takes out El Mexicano. Insidious 1. Wow.
I mean, that was a very dangerous round.
Yes.
And Latin Force very clearly on a pursuit for capping. You know, they have that is on their mind, and rightfully so. Both objectives deserve the pursuit of a cap, especially when you have the single map format. I understand why teams are prioritizing this, but it could that round have gone, I guess, any other way? I don't know. I think that was still a pretty good push in. They had the 3-2 advantage with a little bit of help. A team kill comes through, sure, but you know, it really was a good effort, and ultimately really a good hold from the Insidious squad. They managed to keep that one in their pocket, and they'll take the lead 2-1 here for our second round. And we might not have a chance to go to any other games with the way that this one's going, because we're coming down to the wire on almost every round.
That just seesawed so incredibly quickly. I thought for sure Latin Force had it in the bag, and they just came out. I mean, even with the team kill against the people that they're going up against, that push just fell apart. Unfortunate for Latin Force, but I'm sure we'll see some more great opportunities in the next round or so. I was really thinking that was going to be a Latin Force cap.
We're going to see great plays and great opportunities for another 4 hours. This is only round 2. We got 3 more rounds of gameplay after this, which means that 3 more maps are going to get played out, which means that we'll ideally hop around to a couple of different maps. You know, there's going to be a lot of Onward left ahead of us here for the rest of this afternoon. So if you're just tuning in, please do stick around. Hit that thumbs up button. We do appreciate the support there. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, and also open up all of the other YouTube streams that we have live right now. There should be 3 live streams going right now for this group stage, the CC. Don't miss a bit of the action. Pull all of the streams up. Watch every bit of it. Enjoy what is a great weekend of Onward. Well, really just a Saturday of Onward, because I don't think this continues into tomorrow. So, we got to go back into the action, Wookie. It's already unfolding into this round 3. Round 4.
Round
so
4.
Creo que bajé
That's
uno,
okay.
no estoy seguro.
Can't do the math. Math's hard.
No, but it was a great pick against Latin Force. So Insidious has a little bit of an advantage here right off the get-go.
No, lo perdimos, lo
4v5
perdimos.
situation for Latin Force.
Early little poking and prodding shots from Davis Bros coming out there, trying to see if there's anyone else in that 2-story down by the wall. But they don't have any sort of extra details to radio in. But they are definitely in that sniper position. They've got that 12 times. And you love to see it, especially on a map like Downfall. And I gotta wonder, Wookie, I always wonder, are they using a Pro Tube? As they should. One of our sponsors, a fantastic stock option that helps stabilize your aim in game, and you can become a world-class sniper just by picking yourself up a Pro Tube. They have a variety of products, and if you want to enhance your immersion, they do have force feedback versions too, so like you can feel the recoil, and I do believe it works in Onward. So
it does. It's pretty awesome.
You can unload an LMG and just feel the rumble in your shoulder, and it really. In a game that's like it's Onward, like a military simulator, enhancing immersion can mean a lot, and so it's a really bunch of cool products over there. So do go check ProTube out. You can actually get a discount. Use code ILOVEVRML at checkout because we all know that you love VRML, and
that's
you
right.
have to tell ProTube that you love them.
Yeah, and it's not crazy amount of recoil, so it will not throw off your aim if you get the force tube, but it's just a lot of fun and it just kind of adds a little bit more to the immersion.
Hashtag ad. Hashtag ad for ProTube. We love them. They're a sponsor, and we love to shout them out when we can. But back into the action, because I do believe we will be seeing something happening here over in the south side. As Catholic Goat, Texas, and Golden Viking have worked their way up, Mexicano's tucked into a tight corner outside a dumpster building, and shots do start to come out here towards Torres and over towards Ivans in the middle.
So far, a really slow approach by Insidious. They are being extremely cautious, not throwing away any, not wasting any opportunities to get a flank going here up the West Street. It does look like they are going to try and get a cap against Latin Force from the West Street approach. They're going to have to contend with El Mexicano over there in that lower dumpster building. But other than that, it's they have a really great approach here for Insidious. Smoke's coming out onto Center Hotel from upper dumpster. Looks like he just barely missed the roof, so Ivan still has a great angle here. I've never seen that position before. Someone prone on the roof like this, just watching. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Very interesting. See how it plays here when you got 3 Marsoc about to pass through that line.
I mean, they're probably thankful that they're not holding from the stairs right now, because there is definitely a lot of eyes over here, making sure no one is here. A big smoke that doesn't go where it needs to. They wanted to smoke the stairs, but almost a beautiful toss. I mean, that would have been a crazy throw.
It was enough to get Catholic across.
Oh! It's also enough to get Ivan's attention as they slowly crawl their way across. They'll find the kill. And Latin Force evening the odds 4-4 now. As Goat, like you said, does get across and a little bit closer to Mexicano.
Yeah, that was just great timing. I don't know who threw the smoke, but it forced Ivans to reposition right when Goat decided to cross. So he missed him, but Ivans did get Texas there, just trying to peek the corner. Golden Viking laser just on the roof right now. But Insidious needs to be aware of the clock. About 135 seconds remain in this round. And it's quickly dwindling on them.
Could be the match if Insidious managed to get up and punch in the code on this objective, but they're not anywhere near it just yet. They've got quite a bit of ways to go, although they do have one over in the far north. Jake from Skate Farm, and who was that? Way over there, Davis. As potentially a threat to the north. And Goat's just going to slowly crawl up here. Mexicano's still tucked in. Doesn't spring their trap. Goat goes past Mexicano for now. Not for too long, though, as Mexicano will finally take those shots, reveal their position to the likes of Golden Viking now. And still, though, effectively worth that the giving away position. Davis Bros catches
Wow.
Ivans. The push is coming in. 45 seconds are left. The clock is ticking. Mexicana goes down. Golden Viking has an opportunity to push. Ivans is dead on the rooftop.
Argentina
Those reses
desperately
aren't
trying to
coming
get that Jake, and he finally gets it.
Oh, look at this. Davis Bros way out in the open. Argentino doesn't look all the way north, though. Davis gets down past it. 25 seconds on the clock. Davis has to full sprint towards the objective, and Argentino and Torres are just dialed in. Argentino is rotating, though. The timing could be bad. Davis sees Torres. They trade.
Wow.
10 seconds left, and Argentino just really needs to tuck in because Golden Viking is too far away. Time will be the enemy of Insidious on the offense, and Argentino almost gets picked up. Do not peek. No need to take the fight. Latin Force will get the round. We're tied 2-2.
Wow. Putting both teams within cap opportunity range. So this next round is going to be super important.
We are
Davis.
Quite the back and forth this afternoon, and a fun one to tune into, Wookie.
Yeah, indeed it is. Davis here with 7 kills, so he's really doing a great job here with these snipes.
It's a long-range map. It lends itself to those long-range shots, and if you have a skilled sniper on a map like Downfall, it can mean everything. And so, yeah, definitely helping quite a bit with their squad right now, but not enough. Yeah. You know, Insidious still tied here, and they've got a bit more of a road ahead. They have to defend this round and then win a offensive round to take this map and remain undefeated in this Challenger Cup series. Both teams have taken their first win in round 1 and have not lost yet, so this will be the first loss for one of these squads this afternoon.
Having a great sniper on a map like Downfall is great, but it's also kind of a double-edged sword because everyone's kind of waiting for the sniper to get some picks before moving forward, and the next thing you know, you have 90 seconds on the clock and nothing's really happened. So you gotta be able to pace yourself as a sniper, and especially if your team is running a sniper. It's tough. It's tough. You know, time just, it goes so fast. New objective, however, this is the West Street truck objective, so that'll be a lot of fun. Kind of similar in terms of approaches and setup, so I don't expect anything to be too different, but this one's really a little bit easier to cap on. Probably the easiest one we've had so far.
Yeah, probably, but it's, yeah, you can get inside from the front there, and you definitely have to have priority in defending that front OBJ entry point. As we do get into round 5, Latin Force on the attack, Insidious holding things down. The call out of the spawn is important because there's actually 2 spawn points on the defense that you can get with this objective.
Yep, the defense getting kind of trapped into their spawn here. Bit of a rough one. Latin Force played it really well, applying that pressure, looking for picks early on from the Marsoc Hill.
Se quedaron en bungalow.
Yeah, you can hear Argentina really calling out, you know, north, you know, giving away, making sure the team knows that that spawn point comes through, and
In the bungalow over there.
yeah, they got to smoke out. Jake gets across, so they are able to get out a little bit from their initial spawn.
Yeah, I think Insidious really wanted to take Center Hotel, and they just couldn't do it.
Another one valley behind White House.
By the way, they are set up pretty nicely here. Davis Bros, Catholic Goat on the Overwatch on the backside. Texas and Golden on objective, and I think, I don't know, is Texas inside? No, but they're watching the entryway inside, so it's not going to be an easy dive in if Texas is holding this position here. Jake's also watching if anyone's going to cross across that Blackhawk side over towards the front of the objective, and so ultimately they have good coverage all around of this objective. There's not going to be an easy way in to get 2 points for Latin Force.
Yeah, regardless of that early pressure from Latin Force, I think that Insidious has some really great defensive positions here lined up. Ooh, that pick. Nasty. That was, I think, Dark Room here in the north. Really difficult pick to get, especially with the Virtuous.
The stealth of Mexicano and the silencer there as they do find that kill and work their way up now to the middle building. This is going to be big to take this. You can kind of look down onto a couple of different positions from the roof. Golden Vikings, Jakes, and Davis Bros become a bit vulnerable from a rooftop threat if Mexicano does choose to go up there to that third floor, and they will indeed get into that middle building underneath Jake from Skate Farm's eyes, and now onto the roof. And as long as they don't get team killed, they will have the ability to be a threat here from this rooftop.
I think Jake is in a really great position, though, to shut down this approach from Latin Force, so we'll see how that plays out. I'm sure Mexicano will try and get a pick on Jake. Oh, he's not even looking at Jake.
He took it. He briefly looked over as he took those shots.
Okay. Well, he did smoke out Viking, though. That's huge. Another smoke. Perfectly landed.
Punch. Another smoke.
Oh, frag.
No,
he found Texas. He's down. Golden Viking will get that revive, though. They got to utilize the smokes before they expire, however. So the push has to come out right now from Latin Force.
I think they wanted to blind Jake with those smokes there on the corner, but they didn't. So Jake still has a clean line out from that window. And Mexicano's fortunate they haven't been shot yet, but Jake also doesn't want to give away their position, as they are the key element in defending from this cross up to that middle building. Texas is still watching through the window, preventing entry through that doorway, though. And so there's really no, again, easy entryway for Latin Force, but they are going for the cap again.
Oh, this is such a wasted opportunity. The perfect smokes, and they did nothing with it. So I'm not sure.
A lot in Onward.
Yeah, I know, but I would have liked to see a little bit more coordination from Latin Force. So Mexicano pushing up. Jake is still in the window. He takes him out. Guerrero tries to get that refrag against Jake. Does not connect. Latin
Jake
Force.
Really...
They're struggling now. This is starting to slip away from them.
Jake really doesn't need to peek out either. He can stay tucked in here. He can stay tight into this back corner, wait for them to push to the OBJ. They still do end up peeking out and catching another kill, though. And so Latin Force are down to 3 and ultimately completely getting shut down by Jake's position here. Another smoke comes in, and that one will deny vision. Ivans opens things up with a good on-objective kill, and now Jake has to rotate out from this building. They're going to huck some nades. A flash that comes in that goes too far. Torres already passed. No, doesn't get past. Jake finds a beautiful kill just as they need to, as they're going to push up towards Golden Vikings' position, and it's a 3v2 with 50 seconds left.
Insidious really giving Latin Force a run for their money here on Downfall. El Argentino with 45 seconds left on the clock is still on Center Hotel roof trying to find some picks. Doesn't find anything. Ivan's at the Blackhawk. Still trying to get a pick on Jake, who has just been a menace to this Marsoc approach.
30 seconds. Time ticking.
There we go.
Ivans does get the big kill. Argentino now can push forward. Texas catches the kill on the backside. No, Texas goes down. Golden Viking finds the frag.
Ivans versus Golden Viking. Here we go.
Oh, and it's a trade down. Insidious are gifted the round from the Onward gods in the 1-for-1 exchange, and they'll go up 3-2 on their defensive round, but just barely.
That was such an amazing round. That did not play out at all like how I expected, but I will take it.
Yeah, I will always take a good battle like that, and what a great round 2 that we are tuning into here in this 5-round Challenger Cup series. Again, if you are just stopping by, we have already played the first round of the bracket. I will briefly recap to you the teams that have won. It is Aging Moss, Flashbangers, Proteus, Insidious, Spectre, Latin Force, Blaze, Most Wanted, and War Thug. Those are all of the winners coming out of the first round of this Challenger Cup. The second round being played out right now, and you're seeing one of the two of the undefeated teams battling out against each other. But again, there's multiple games live on this YouTube channel. So subscribe, first of all, if you haven't already, and then bounce around to the other live streams, because again, I think we have Proteus versus Most Wanted. Nope, we don't anymore. Spoiler alert, if you haven't already seen it, that game's done. Most Wanted won. What? Most Wanted won 5-0 against Proteus?
Wow. I don't believe it. We'll have to go catch that replay later. Well, I'll have to. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is an interesting outcome. To your point, though, even in round 2, a couple of blowouts. Atrocities going 4-0, Grimtide going 4-0, Aging Moss winning 4-0, Dogs of War. We're almost one of the last games that's still being played out here this afternoon as we do get into round number 6 of this map. Again, each round of the Challenger Cup is one single map, and in each map there are rounds played out to get to the first to 4. So it can get a little bit confusing, but we're in to round 6 of this single map here on Downfall. Both teams yet to lose in this Challenger Cup group stage. Yet to lose a map in this Challenger Cup group stage. Obviously, they both lost rounds, as Guerrero will make Jake from Skate Farm lose their life very early on in this round.
I mean, it's so painful when you're that guy that goes down 10 seconds into the round and you just sit there in the tent thinking about what you did wrong and just praying that your team can muster it all in the end.
We talked about tilting early in this broadcast, but you want to talk about a way that can really impact you as a player. Stuck inside of a lobby for 6 minutes, that can really impact your psyche. You can take the headset off, get a glass of water, come back, and still have to wait for your team to try and win the round without you.
Well, and it's brutal for your team because they're like down a man. It's psychologically impactful in that regard because now you're like, well, I got to be extra careful. We're already down somebody.
If you're observing what we're looking at here, Guerrero is using the tablet to try and draw out shots as if to simulate it being their head, and look at what it does. Instantly rounds start coming down towards the tablet because even though they have a sight, they can see this wall. Any little change in topography of this wall is an indicator to shoot at it. And so an experienced sniper like Davis Bros sees, hey, there's something there that shouldn't be there on that wall.
So
is taking shots to it,
glitch,
and they're
see, like, his head sticking up, and
it's working.
Oh my gosh, I just turned into their comms of Davis Bros. He says, I'm so confused. This might be a visual glitch, but I'm hitting their head over the wall. And so they'll be watching this back, maybe feeling a touch foolish, but that's a strategy as old as time, Wookie. That's a strategy you and I know, and we've been around since almost the start of the VRML. So it's definitely something that has always worked, does work, still works in season 15 of the VRML in this game, and
it's beautiful. I've done it myself in Windows. Like, it's hilarious. I mean, it's like one of the oldest war tricks, you know, like, oh, let's put a helmet on a pole. Yeah, helmet on a stick, exactly, you know. It's the Onward equivalent.
Another kill comes in for Latin Force. Insidious down to just 3, trying to push up through the center. Not looking ideal here. And like you said, I think at the start of our first map, the defense. That's going to be the key on a map like Downfall, obviously. But right now, Latin Force looking to defend here, and they're going to push this 3-3. They're going to have to win an offensive round, ultimately, if they want to take this map. But they are in a position, at least right now, to push this 3-3.
Well, Insidious really messed up here, allowing Guerrero to get all the way up at the stables. I mean, way out there in the east or the west, and it's just he has such a great line of sight across the whole map. And I mean, they're still 5 up Latin. Oh, well, I spoke too soon, and we just had a casualty here for Latin Force, but he's only downed. He could get revived, but it was a pretty crucial roll. He was on top of Center Hotel when he went down.
Well, I mean, if there's ever a spot to go down, it's right up there. I don't think they can get confirmed. They have full vision across the entire map. They can radio in anything they see to their team. So at least there's still a pretty good beacon to the squad to give them information on the rotations of this Insidious team, because we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. And with that much time, with how far away they are from the objective, they're going to have to push it.
Catholic Goat trying to find that pick on Guerrero way up there, and he's also talking to El Mexicano there in the little side room.
Yeah, for those that don't know, the game of Onward different than a lot of other shooters in that you do have open communication with your enemies. They can hear you talk, even if you're radioing into your teammates, they can hear it if you're close enough to them. And so sometimes you have a bit of banter back and forth through the walls, but I'm sure most folks that tuning in here are aware of that and likely playing in the VRML, but there's probably also a couple of new folks, and hopefully you're enjoying the action. Please do subscribe if you haven't already, and with a minute 30 left, we should be seeing more of the action unfolding soon.
That was a perfect smoke from Texas to smoke out El Mexicano. Unfortunately, again, I'm seeing these smokes that are so perfect, but never, like, they don't really utilize the opportunity to move or anything. Yeah, they throw the smoke and they just sit there, do nothing. So it's really difficult. I'm not trying to sound too critical. Like, these guys, like, the pressure is on for both teams, especially on a match point like this.
But to your point, when you have a great smoke like that, why are you pushing now when it dissipates? Leaving Mexicano the visual, leaving them the ability to see. Goat has to push in, and they go down. Mexicano picks up a triple. Locks in the round for Latin Force. 4 left alive. And Insidious are going to have to defend for their last round in this map, which is round 2 of the Challenger Cup. What a back and forth we have tuned into here this afternoon. Wookie, a great, likely last round of round 2. Because I imagine everyone else is finishing up before this. This is about as long as we could go for a single map.
Yeah, no, we're really pushing the limits here. I mean, of course, downfall would be ending in a round 7 decider. And it's not, I mean, it could go either way, really, but most teams have been doing really well defending. So I think Latin Force really has the odds are kind of stacked against them here in this Marsoc approach. We do have a new objective, however. It is the East Stables. So if there's any redemption here for Latin Force, it's that they got a really powerful Marsoc, in my opinion, objective here. Yeah. I feel like this is a really difficult objective to defend as Volk. So Insidious is going to have their work cut out for them here in this final round.
And Latin Force have been putting on some good offensive rotations. They have been attacking strong. They have been focused in their efforts to go for caps. I still think they're likely to push in for a cap, even now tied 3-3 with the match on the line, because every round matters. If you get that separation in points, if you push that from 1 to 2, that could be the difference between you taking the between you winning all 5 rounds and then still not winning the Challenger Cup, because there could be another undefeated team that has more rounds than you in terms of round between their opponents. So it's everything matters in this Challenger Cup, especially early on when you don't know where your contestants lie in terms of how well they're performing, and everyone's performing well. No one has in round 2 this close of a battle. Everyone else has been winning 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. So even to have this, even to have it this close between Latin Force and Insidious, this will actually push them out of contention for first and second after round 2 finishes. It doesn't, of course, mean they're done for the series, but just by not having a big separation, they will go down in the overall rankings between another team that's won 2 rounds and won them big. But yeah, it's all math. It can get a little bit crazy. People really get into the calculations. We'll always be talking about it, but I'll be wrong on the math sometimes too. So don't quote me if I'm wrong on how these teams end up turning out on the overall rankings. But it's definitely quite a battle, and Guerrero opens things up with an early kill. Davis Bros trying to rotate in the north.
Not the most ideal spawns for either team here, but Latin Force making the best of it, already getting a pick. Yeah, if you're Latin Force, you wanted to spawn in South Valley here on this objective and just rush in, get an early foothold in Marsoc. But regardless, it looks like Ivans is going to have a pretty good approach here.
En la torre hay uno, en la torre hay uno.
Gotta keep an eye on Ivans over there, working on.
Yeah, he's a total wild card right now.
But no, everyone is pretty tucked in. Catholic goes through, again, that risk. If they do any sort of peeking outside of the angle they're holding right now on the north, they have 3 different. there's every window is covered. You know, there's a laser going straight from that one from Ivans. There's a laser going straight from Guerrero. There is no real way to peek out of these windows right now. So Goat has to stay in the corner. And discipline seems to be the name of the game for defense when we've seen top-tier defenses holding things down. Well,
they know that they already got a pick, so they have to be extra careful with peaks here.
And look at Goat. Goat knows what's going on. He knows the risk. Completely prone underneath that window to get to the other corner.
Smoke comes out from Guerrero, trying to smoke out Texas's position. That's a huge.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, that's a huge denial. Ivan's just watching for a pick on Goat. I think he knows he's in there.
I mean, it would seem so because Guerrero also, continuing to stay lasered in on this position. But, other than finding the pick through the windows, what is the choice they have? Ivans has to push the base of this tower to get up the stairs and challenge Goat at the top of the tower, because if Goat doesn't ever peek out of these windows, then there isn't going to be that opportunity presented.
Yeah, we have Guerrero coming to back up Ivans. I mean, even if Ivans gets a pick on Goat, there's Texas right there to get a refrag. So at least we have Guerrero now here too, maybe to get a refrag on the refrag of my hypothetical solution. Jake, though, getting a pick on El Mexicano, that's huge. Over there on the north side.
Yeah, that was going to be a coordinated push attempt on the whole squad, because you do see Guerrero pushing up from the south. You do have Torres slowly working up through the middle. Ivans, I think, was going to start to crash in if they had gotten their north push through, but it goes down, and that kind of puts a bit of a halt across the board here. You can see everyone lined up on Latin Force's team, but there's the defense in the way of every line that they want to try and push towards. Now Goat really gave away their position with those shots towards Argentina.
Yeah, no, this is a really great positioning, though, regardless for Insidious. I think Latin Force really has their work cut out for them, and they are just bleeding time here. It's about 2 minutes left on the clock, and they got to do something soon here. Texas will still be a problem for Ivans.
Yeah, he's moving east in the far north.
Like I said, though, what's your other option? If Catholic Goat doesn't peek out the windows, you have to push the base of the tower. You have to get up the stairs. You have to challenge Goat at the top of it. And if Texas isn't watching, then there could be this opportunity. If Ivan throws a nade, it could give things away a little bit. And as that smoke comes up and over, there's a trade. Ivans has an opportunity to push the tower. Goat drops down off of it, and Ivan finds the kill. They have control of tower. Insidious are down to 2 in a 2v3 with a minute 20 left. Time is Insidious's ally. They have to rely on time, forcing Latin Force to make some mistakes, and they have to be patient, but it's hard to do when you're only 2. Ultimately, you don't have to worry about a cap. If you lose, you lose. So really, you're kind of, you can play things how you want. You can play a little bit risky. You can hope that things don't go. You can hope that defenders don't push certain angles and hold down what you want to hold down. And for now, at least, they got to hope that the time continues to tick and that this team doesn't push up for a cap attempt, because Torres is pretty far away. We might have a mix between Argentino and Jake, and you also have Ivan's pretty far away. Argentino finds Jake.
Pick.
45 seconds left. Argentino could definitely get up to the objective in time.
Ivans, not knowing that it was a trade, went into, spent those precious seconds to confirm an already dead player in the Marsoc building. Oh, Golden Vikings gonna catch the flank on Ivan.
It's the double kill. 30 seconds left, and we're into a 1v1. Argentino 3-3. Golden peeks out, and he misses the shots on Argentino. Argentino tucks back into the corner. Golden has to rotate, and a fight out in the open goes the way of Insidious. Golden Viking clutches the series, clutches the map. Insidious stay undefeated, but just barely. They take round number 2, take the map 4-3. Whew, that was a fight.
I'm just looking at the KD, and it's pretty even across the board between these two teams. A very even matchup right here in round 2 on Downfall between Insidious and Latin Force. Really impressive gameplay out of both teams today.
Ooh, good flanks. We tuned in to it, and a shout out again to everyone tuning in and enjoying the action here. This is the North American Challenger Cup. That was, I think, the last match of round 2. So do be sure that when round 3 starts to make sure you have all 3 streams live. We should have 3 streams active right now, which means that we'll have 3 games getting played out across the afternoon all day for all 5 rounds. We have 3 more rounds left in this Challenger Cup, and at the end of that 3rd round, when we have, or end of that 5th round, excuse me, we will have one team crowned as the champion of the Challenger Cup. They will advance on to compete next weekend in the round robin group stage, where they'll battle the top 7 teams in the regular season ladder. So there's a bit of a road left for whoever wins here, and there's still plenty of games left for even the champion this afternoon on round 2 with Insidious. They still have quite a bit of a road ahead of them with some top teams that they're going to go up against. So we'll keep an eye on Insidious. Obviously, Latin Force unfortunately taking a loss here this afternoon, and man, we are in for some good games, Wookie.
I know, we're only halfway through it.
Not even. So do be sure to tune around. We're going to take a quick break. Get ready for round 3. Don't go anywhere. More North American Challenger Cup action coming at you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being patient and waiting for multiple resets on that timer. I know we baited you out on a false start several times there, but hey, it takes some time that we can't easily foresee, and I'd rather give you short timers than long ones. Regardless, we're here and we're ready to get into more action this afternoon in our North American Challenger Cup. It's season 15, and Wookie, it has been so far, I think, delivering to our expectations of what we wanted out of season 15 in the Challenger Cup.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this is probably one of the, I don't want to jinx it, but I think it's one of the best Challenger Cups we've ever had. And I'm pretty blown away by the combat we're seeing today. And guys, guess what? We're back in the Dust Bowl. We are back in Downfall. Insidious wants more.
Indeed. Yep, it is more Downfall. It is Insidious versus Spectre LC. We know who Insidious is. We just saw them play. Spectre might be filled with players you're not even familiar with, but these two teams are teams that are at the upper end of the seasonal ladder, with Insidious ranking in at 9th, just out of reach of that top 7, and Spectre at 15th, or no, 11th, excuse me. So right underneath, at least as of our last update here, right underneath Insidious on ladder rankings. And so, we just saw Insidious go 3-4 on this map. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again with Spectre coming in here. And it's interesting to look at their roster, Wookie, because I haven't done any commentary this season until the postseason, really. And this is a team filled with players I don't know, because they are new to season 15. Some of them, I suppose. There is a couple that have come in from teams in season 14, but there's a couple of new players to this team on Spectre LC that are new to this season of the RML.
Yeah, and I was just looking at their stats, and they have a 50% win rate, the Spectre boys, on Downfall. So that'll be interesting. It's actually their most played map, so they have that going for them. However, I mean, Insidious, they have a higher win percentage on Downfall.
I was just watching the Spectre LC team, and they're clearly excited to be on cam. I got 2 gritties done in my honor. So,
oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that adds up to, but maybe it means that you're cursed because Obito goes down right away as they try and cross. They're lucky they didn't lose 4 right there.
They were all lined up, really easily get picked off, and Obito's going to have to go think about what he did wrong there as he sits in the tent all alone early on.
That is unfortunate. Smoke comes in, and they will dispense 1 piece of utility. Not necessary, but better safe than sorry. They don't see what we see. They can't see the lasers that we see across the battlefield. And they will get safely down into the divot now, and we'll be able to cross over to the west side. But it's going to be a little bit before this Spectre LC squad gets close enough to challenge that objective.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. The Spectre boys getting out of that rut they were just kind of found themselves in. Now they're over in the West Marsoc Tower. Approaching West Street, they're going to try and take West Street, it looks like, and get that objective, which happens to be the upper dumpster objective this time around. So it's nice to see a new objective we haven't played yet.
Yeah, and I think this one's tougher to cap, to be honest.
I do too.
Capable, but definitely hard to get to.
Yeah, the approach is a nightmare on this one. So Insidious might have an advantage here. Spectre definitely have their work cut out for them, being a man down. But the West Street approach is actually probably their best bet. Oh, as I speak, and I say that, Davis takes down both of West Street because they were just bunched up too tightly, unfortunately, and I just jinxed it. I'm so sorry, Spectre, but you
confirmed. They're confirmed.
I just jinxed it for you guys. Will be a tough one now for Spectre. 2v5, and they're kind of near their spawn still, just passing through red truck.
Bobby and Crusader, the dynamic duo that'll need to come alive here in the 2v5. But 340 left.
Yeah.
Enough time to work with, but ultimately really no info that they've managed to gather, I imagine, in their time here. They've really just been kind of reacting to this defense, and that's not ideally what you want to be doing when you're on the offense. You don't want to be reacting to your opponent. You want to be the one that kind of forces those and forces the reactions.
I do like to see that these two are splitting up a little bit more, and hopefully Crusader's battle buddy Bobby isn't too high and can get the job done. Being Bobby is high 420. Definitely want to keep your head on straight for a day like today.
It's a long day.
A long day.
3 more hours likely of Onward ahead of us here as we do get into our halfway through our third hour right now, matter of fact. And man, I love these long days, to be honest with you. I love the Challenger Cup. I love the postseason. It's something, again, we look forward to all season long. We're here. We're into some great Onward. We're into some great shooting. We're watching some of the best squads battle it out for a chance to qualify into that round robin and compete against the top squads in the regular season ladder, the top 7 that we'll be going up against next weekend. So still a lot of Onward left for whoever comes out on top this afternoon. But both of these squads are undefeated so far in this group stage. They've won both of their first 2 maps. And Crusader finally finds a kill there on Insidious. Just a down, but a down nonetheless that puts them into a 2v4.
Well, and it was a beautiful one tap, I might add.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a headshot, though.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Bobby takes a stray bullet, and he gets downed for good. His injured walk.
The call-out was cover me from a sniper. a bolt-action sniper. Out of all of the guns that could actually cover you, Crusader is like the only one that can't actually cover you. He couldn't shoot suppressing fire to the window, but he does find the refrag. Drone comes in. It's a 1v3, sniper in hand with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. This is going to be a tall order for the Crusader.
Yeah, unfortunately for Crusader, his battle buddy Bobby was just a little too high on that. I don't know what he was thinking there on that, but Crusader is taking the right movement here. If you're gonna try and cross to the west and they know where you are, you gotta swing back like Crusader's doing. But he only has less than a minute left on the clock now, so time is against him, as well as 3 members of Insidious. One of them still downed. Just whistling by his friends' corpses real quick. Whistling by the graveyard.
A reminder, if you are tuning in here, we have multiple streams live right now with 30 seconds left, though. You'll want to stay for at least the end of this round before you do go check those out, as Texas does spot out the Crusader, and Insidious definitely have things on lock here for the remaining 15 seconds. A sniper rifle, a bolt action, no less.
He throws it. He's pistols only.
There it is. Oh, there's a sight on that pistol, too.
Oh, he came ready for pistol action. I love it. Here he comes, he's pushing in the Golden Viking, and it's a trade. That's impressive.
Even in the comms, he said as he was pushing, he knew time was done, didn't have time to catch 3 out with the pistol, no less. And Insidious hold down a solid defensive round to push themselves up 1-0 here in round 3 of the Challenger group stage. And like I was saying, there is multiple games live right now. Go please tune in to the stream A, stream B. Right now there is Aging Moss versus Most Wanted. Both of those teams also undefeated. And right now the first round has come down to a 1v3. Aging Moss about to take, oh, nope, there's a nice kill on the objective. You can't see all this unless you're watching the stream, so go tune into it. This is a close round. You are missing a close round right now if you don't have all of these streams open and you're not multi-streaming and catching all 3 of the games live this afternoon. So please do go check those out. Tune in, hit the thumbs up button, comment in chat, shout out the casters. There's a lot of work going in to putting on 3 streams right now. You can also go watch, I believe, Proteus and oh gosh, who are they? Oh, wait, I got it. Hold on.
Proteus versus Latin Force.
Latin Force playing it out right now. 2 teams that did just take their first loss in this group stage, but like we've been talking offline, Wookie, there may be an off chance where at the end of these 5 rounds, all of the teams that are at the top of the ladder have a loss. Everyone is 4-1. There's also that chance that there's one undefeated team that qualifies through, or 2 undefeated teams that tie, and then it comes down to round wins. There's a lot of potential and what-ifs out there still as we do get into this second round of round 3. That's yeah, you gotta keep your rounds in track here.
Yeah, I will add Crusader was the only guy to get any picks last round, so Spectre, they're having a rough start here.
Not ideal, but hey, it was the offensive round. They're now going on the defense. Chance to hold things down, but this is kind of a quick spawn for Insidious.
Yeah. I also think that it kind of just shows you the difference between the veteran players and the new guys, right? A little bit.
Let's just see what the push looks like for Insidious. I wonder if they're going to look for a cap. I feel like we saw Latin Force definitely pushing in for caps on downfall, but I don't know that Insidious was necessarily looking for 2 points at any point.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that was a high priority. They just want to get kills.
Find the picks.
That's right.
One just peaked objective. I'm gonna shoot him next.
So far, it's a little bit quieter than I was expecting for a fast spawn from Insidious, but that's okay. They're just taking their time, getting acclimated with the situation at hand, and meanwhile, Spectre's really grouped up tight. We got two battle buddies in each building, so 2 guys in each building. We got that 5th. Where did that 5th go? Oh, the way in Marsoc. Wow, that is really off objective. Interesting position, but powerful no less.
Has the sniper in hand, and both snipers will find a kill. Crusader 1 tap from that bolt action down onto Jake, and Davis catches a kill themselves on that backside, but
and he got the
Crusader will confirm that one down, and both are completely dead. So 1-for-1 exchange here, and the west side is going the way of Spectre on defense now as Insidious lose another. Davis does go down. Texas still here. Golden Viking already made the cross, but Texas is going to have to get across Crusader, who is that sniper and does have eyes down into this side.
Yeah, this is really actually a clutch position here for Crusader. I forgot that he was their main sniper, and he is doing a great job. I'm loving this sniper on sniper kind of action here between these two teams.
It's what you get out of Downfall, and you can almost guarantee it on a top tier match like this between two teams that are well versed in playing at a high level in the game of Onward. Despite their experience differences, we're very clearly seeing Spectre understand how to play this game. They have good knowledge of the map, good hold down here on the defense so far, and it's just a matter of not getting picked up there as Crusader does take some bullets down their way, and they still maintain the 4v3 advantage.
Oh, to be a new and upcoming team again that no one knows who you are, and you can just come out and T-bone the other guys out of nowhere, and yeah, this is really fun to watch.
It really is why one of the big reasons at least, we look forward to the CC as well, you know, to see a surprise team, to see a dark horse, to see a squad that maybe hasn't got a lot of eyes on them over the course of the season. And well, I think they've had a couple of casts, but still, it's a moment here for Spectre to tie this up against Insidious. And Insidious, I feel like one of two of the them, Aging Moss, and Proteus, I feel like were the top squads I would have put my money on that were going to come out on top of the CC. Proteus has already lost one.
Yeah, I know, that was really shocking, and it was a dramatic loss, no less. 5-0, very brutal.
And you could have caught that match if you were watching the other streams. If you had those other streams up, you could have watched it. You know, you could have seen it. You know, so get the multi streams up. Me and Wookie have to focus on one game. You can spread your eyes. You know, get your third eye on your forehead and watch 3 matches at the same time. Okay, it's not that hard. Everybody can do it.
All right, I'm liking this movement from Insidious. 2 minutes left on the clock. They're pushing up West Street. They got smokes out. They're actually countering Crusaders sniping pretty well here with that smoke and getting behind the wall, so it's all going to come down to death in deep blue and Bobby at the end of the day here.
Wisely so, the call out comes to go behind. The smoke just stays alive for Golden to get across.
Oh, Bobby almost got picked somehow. I don't even know how that is possible.
Still, though, death is here on the window, and they're not looking.
Catholic was ready. Beautiful headshot against death from Catholic Goat. Now it's just deep blue. Bobby is high, and then Crusader's going to do his best to snipe from this Marsoc position. Deep blue takes out one. Bobby is high, takes out Texas. It all comes down to Golden Viking now in lower dumpster. Flash comes out. Golden barely dodged that, I think. No, he's blind.
They just went with memory of the map and like guessed the distance that they needed to travel before turning.
Golden nailed that turn at the right moment. That was really impressive.
But they are the last one alive now in a 1v3.
Gonna try again. Crusader might have an angle.
Doesn't have time to try anything else. 20 seconds left on the clock.
There it is. Beautiful headshot from Crusader.
Ooh, and a little show off there. I didn't even know you could shoot the gun. That was a bolt action.
Yeah,
they were shooting that thing really fast. That's impressive.
The only person I know that can do that is Lipinski.
And that guy's got a few more hours than the players here on Spectre squad, that's for sure. But either way, I put the wrong win screen up there. But it's tied 1-1. Spectre lock in a round win, and we are into another great series. But it's what you would expect. You know, you look at that matchup history. These are two teams that are really pretty close to each other in that regular season ladder.
And I'm really impressive. Like, I've never seen a single sniper like put the team on their shoulders like Crusader's doing here against Insidious, which is like a really well experienced team, no less. It's working out really well in defense for Crusader. I'll say that much as a sniper. I'm not sure yet how it's going to play out in Marsoc, but yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, me too. It is, well, another great round of the North American Challenger Cup. If you're just tuning in, this is the third round of 5.
No,
today.
4. Oh wait, 5. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
I thought so, but then it disappeared and it was just 4 rounds, and now it's back to round 5.
Don't cut us short. Okay.
I blame Ninja.
Yeah, no, we can't blame him. No blame goes to Ninja. That guy's doing a ton of hard work. He's blame free. We only appreciation.
He's immune. He's got diplomatic immunity.
Yeah. Diplomatic blame immunity, and we instead only heap praise onto our mods and Ninja and the people that are putting in the hard work in making what it has been, like you said, Wookie, a very smooth Challenger Cup so far. This is a hard thing to run. It's hard to organize, and it is done very well by our mod team. So a shout out to them as we get back into it for round number 3.
We got a quick spawn here for Spectre against the East Stables position. Immediately, gunshots ringing out.
Fast. Spectre looking for some quick fights, and they'll find them. One for one there on the south side. Texas looking for some action with Bobby is high on the hill here, and Bobby is indeed high. They have the high ground. Texas drops back to tuck in behind the tower. Crusader will find Texas. Where did that shot come from? Way over on the north side, it looks like. And on the back end, you do have sniper shots. Crusader finds another kill.
This guy is MVP for Spectre.
Did we get the guy behind the tower?
No doubt about it. These picks are incredibly huge. Just like that, now Insidious finding themselves in a 2v4 situation on East Stables. Probably one of the most difficult objectives to defend as Volk.
Yeah, and I think Davis Bros wasn't too happy when he heard Golden Viking say it was just me and you. As smokes are coming into objective now, Davis does manage to rotate to watch the backside of the OBJ. Golden watching the front, and Davis has a position where they should be able to push close enough.
Oh, they're just smoking out Viking. He is completely shut down. He can't do anything. This is going to look like a cap for Spectre if Insidious doesn't crash right now. The Marsoc is collapsing onto objective. And there it is.
Yeah. Davis Bros catches one in their efforts to hold things down with the refrag with 3 alive, pushing OBJ. I don't know. I think you hold off on taking that kill, to be honest.
That's what I thought they were going to do too, but it was just too juicy and Crusader took it, I think.
No. You definitely hold off on taking that kill, man. That is.
Yeah. Well, Crusader 8-1 currently. Really putting the team on his back with that sniper rifle. On Marsoc and on Volk. Doesn't seem to matter. Although I do really question the Bolty as Marsoc. I think that's a smarter choice going with the M16. You can still do a lot of damage as a sniper with the M16 the 4 times.
True.
Or even a 6X. I mean, you could put that on there too, I think.
Yep.
Regardless, really impressive gameplay coming out here from Spectre today. Especially after, I mean, we just saw Insidious play really well, really hard fought battle against Latin Force, and I don't think to what we were saying earlier, right? This team came out of nowhere, these Spectre guys, and so Insidious just doesn't look ready for them at all. Let's see how they bounce back though in round 4. Yeah, round 4. Because they're starting to learn these guys have a sniper who does serious work. Like once you kind of get a feel for that kind of stuff, it's just like, all right, what do? You take less dangerous peaks, you're smoking angles. You're just trying to just be a little less peaky in the end.
Yep. Absolutely. We go back into the action. Round number 4 unfolding before your eyes, but just before it does, take a look at the KDs. Drink them in. See the 8-1 by the Crusader right now, as they are definitely a MVP of the squad on the Spectre side.
These Spectre boys are funny. They just threw their rifles way out there. I'm like, what is happening? So now they're gonna go pick up their rifles again on the way to their position. They're just throwing their guns around.
Giving their arms a rest. Giving their arms a break from holding them.
Yep.
Things are heavy.
Clearly, they're not stock users.
Yeah, no kidding.
You would never do that if you had a stock.
You're getting breaks all the time by utilizing stock, but let's see what Crusader can do if they can find more kills for their squad here this afternoon. 8-1 so far with a sniper rifle on downfall. Insidious are, like you said, quickly learning that there is a dangerous threat in the long range, and maybe that'll impact how they decide to push this. Maybe they'll opt to rotate north instead of taking the south side and pushing in from down there. Maybe they'll come up through the center with some utility. There's a lot of options with this objective when you're attacking it. You do have to root out some of these defensive spots. You do have to root out tower defense. You do have to root out your north defense. Once you do that, it really does open things up.
Well, and it's so much more difficult now that you know that they have a sharpshooter who's good, because you want to take those peeks at the known positions where you think they are, and you can't risk it really all that much. And if I have Insidious, I'm crying right now because they've just had the worst spawn possible as Marsoc against a team that has a really great sharpshooter. Like you wanted to have the quick spawn and then just rush in and gain Marsoc ground and hold it, but they don't get that chance, and now they have to come on from the very exposed, very open northeast push.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Crusader tries to take some shots. They do catch a shake. They get counter sniped by Davis Bros way over on the other side of the map there in the tower. A nice shot from Davis.
They could breathe
refrag.
Maybe a small sigh of relief.
Oh, now they can breathe a sigh of relief. They got rid of the two elements they needed. That south defender in the north. They still do have the tower, which is a big threat, but those are some key elements gone that open up that middle push for Insidious.
Yeah, those two picks were huge for Spectre, or Insidious, sorry. I don't know, what are you thinking? Maybe a cap opportunity here?
I don't know. We haven't seen that again really as a key effort from Insidious as a team.
Spectre is just so spread out. Yeah, that's true.
The one far east.
If it was Latin Force, I'd say absolutely we're seeing a push attempt coming in. They were very clearly on the hunt for caps. And maybe that was the reason. Maybe one of the reasons they lost, because they were so focused on going for the cap. But that was an incredibly close match. So it came down to a little 1v1 in a 3v3. You can't get closer than that.
Right.
I think I just saw him peek.
They're poking and prodding right now. Insidious is laying down some shots at some
Davis,
positions that they know of.
Or peeking south, north.
Trying to draw out Volk, see if they can get some movement forced. Doesn't look like it though. Spectre pretty dug in here in a very spread out defense. There's just one key player that Insidious needs to take out, and then they pretty much have open range to get a cap. So
yeah, they really do. Deep Blue is a vital element for this Spectre squad. If they're picked off, they lose a lot of coverage. Bobby is still on objective, so they could spring out, be a threat, but there's a chance that you miss a player in a smoke, or you don't hear them pushing up, and it can that can lead to a cap. So Deep Blue first, and Texas is on the hunt for that one, but they're getting nades tossed to them, although that's not an ideal toss. Smoke's coming in their direction, trying to deny Deep Blue vision, and I wonder what Texas's plan is with that smoke.
just delay maybe and reposition. Will be interesting though. We have 3 Marsoc coming in from the northeast, which is kind of like the last place I would really expect the push to come from, but it's so far working out for them. They only have to deal with Obito and Bobby once on objective. But again, you know, it's like Crusaders down, their best sniper is gone, and I wonder if they're gonna have some problems here. If, you know, kind of like you cut the head of the snake off, do these guys crumble or do they hold their own? Because Crusaders seem to be like the boss.
Yeah, sometimes leading your in-game leader, IGL, as it can sometimes be referred to, definitely can spell demise for your team, but it doesn't spell demise for Deep Blue. They survived what has been a attempt to rid them out of that tower. They've gotten rid of one of the pushes here on this side, Texas, but like you said, it's a trio over in the north, and they're working their way up to that objective. They gotta get support from the tower, and they need the rotation up to the top of the tower or over to the objective. So Deep Blue has to stop holding down the north side and come help. There's 40 seconds left, and when they try and rotate, they go down.
Obito got kicked
no!
through the window. Davis going in. Looks like he's got tablet out. Or about
30 seconds. 25.
Clearing the
Bobby is
rooms.
high, is inside, tucked in, waiting. Davis is going to get tablet out. You have to take this moment for the cap, but Insidious still isn't going for it. Bobby peeks out, catches one. Swings for one, another catches two, three, but the cap. Oh my goodness, that could have been disastrous. That was literally a second away from completely going the way of Spectre, but they get the cap just in time, just as Bobby says, I need to check this corner. And oh, wow, it doesn't get closer than that. A triple kill does get, they would have shut that whole thing down. That would have been
that
Spectre
was
LC's round, but it's instead Insidious up 3-2.
It's that thing I'm talking about with the veteran players versus the new guys. Yeah, you just gotta, when you're new to this game, the caps can just come out so suddenly and unexpectedly. Like if he had just peeked that corner a little bit sooner, Bobby would have gotten him for sure and would have been ugly for Insidious. But man, what an upset here. Yeah, it's a crazy pick against Obito, their team captain, by the way. He just unfortunately was in a very meta position, and Insidious was ready for that. Got him right through the window.
We got a handful of good games across the board this afternoon. If you're not tuning into all of the action, you should be, as there is again multiple streams live. We got a great one on our hands here, Wookie. Another good series. I mean, we've just really been gifted with great battles throughout the course of this group stage right now. And I am going to take a quick gander at round 3 to see who we have finishing games already. We are seeing a victory from Latin Force.
Wow.
On Proteus, 4-1. So Proteus really, being that top-seeded team. I mean, we are talking off stream, Wookie. We didn't figure we would need to watch them until rounds 4 or 5 because they were certainly going to be a team that would advance on to that late stage.
I think everyone expected them to boom, but they're kind of busting.
They are indeed. We're going to go back into the action here in front of us, though. We'll continue to recap scores in a moment. For now, though, we are going to get into the beginning of round number 6. In this map, the third round of the afternoon. Bobby is high, finds the first kill, and Davis Bros goes all the way down. Spectre opened things up nicely with a quick spawn, a quick kill, and are going to be pushing this objective quickly.
Quick. That's all I'm seeing from Spectre. I'm liking the energy, but trying to bring it back.
Definitely a good start, but look at this. Catholic Goat, Golden Viking have also gotten quick and moved into this center building very fast, anticipating that they would have to get here fast so that they could deny Spectre from flying up here and taking control of the center, because once you have control here, you do have very good control of the objective space. Jake from Skate Farm will snipe from a distance through the window. One down, trying to rotate along the west, and Insidious even the odds, making it a 4-4.
I'm loving this Insidious defensive layup. I think this is exactly what I would do if I was in charge. This is exactly what we want to see out of Volk right now.
It is going the way of Insidious. Another kill comes through, this time from Catholic Goat in the 3-story. And Crusader, Uchiha, and Deep Blue are stuck, essentially, still in their initial spawn position. They started off with an early kill. They were advancing quickly up to this wall, but they didn't continue to apply that pressure. If they had, they may have had a very early negotiation in this center building, but a chance to at least take it in the early moments of the round. And now it does seem to be firmly in the control of Catholic Goat and Golden Viking, and we'll have to see if they can retake this building and then push into that objective. With 4 minutes left, they have time, but how long will they wait before they try and move?
It's one of those things where you don't want to get yourself bogged down, which is exactly what Spectre is allowing to happen to them. They're trapped, essentially. They didn't really capitalize on that early time, that early advantage to get at least a flank going. But because Downfall is such a huge map, if you're going to do a flank, it has to be early. But with less than 4 minutes now, they are deeply committed to this West Street approach.
Whew. One of these teams comes out of this series and remains undefeated. They are the winner and will take the third round, and that'll be 3 wins in a row for them in this Challenger Cup group stage. It means that they will be one of 2 teams that is undefeated in round 4, and then they will be the team to beat in round 5 if they can remain undefeated, as Crusader evens things back up with a nice pick. They've been a vital sniper element, and it's good to see Spectre prioritizing pushing forward and doing it early with 3 minutes left, but doing it slow, crawling their way forward here as Deep Blue also prones their way forward to Golden Vikings position.
That kill from Crusader just marked his 10th overall kill in this round. Pretty rare to see double-digit kills in these kinds of games.
Especially before you get to a 3-3 or a round 7, you know, it's only
usually at the end.
Yeah.
Deep Blue, though, man, he is getting close to golden.
Hard to tell where a player is when you hear comms, though, in this building, because there's 3 stories and there's so many different pockets to be tucked into. I wonder if Deep Blue is going to assume that Golden Vikings here on the bottom floor. They are still worming their way forward, and maybe they are anticipating Golden Viking to be here on this bottom floor corner. They're going to have to check it. Golden's not looking, and Deep Blue, what?
What? Oh my God!
The mattress. They come in.
The mattress.
I'm gonna simulate what happened on my camp. They come in. They peeked in here. They looked to the corner. They did not see Golden Viking with the mattress blocking their vision, and they turned around.
Incredible. Just VR things, you know what I mean? Like only in VR.
Yep. When your FOV is limited, you know, you're essentially wearing binoculars in a lot of cases in terms of how much field of view you have. You don't see things out of your peripherals, so if you're not looking where you need to look and you're not checking where you need to check, you're not going to see things like that. And they skate away for just a second. Deep Blue is still staying silent, so Golden shouldn't know they're here. Obito's still rotating, and they still have Overwatch from the Crusader. 1:20 left, and Crusader's doing some drone work to assess where the enemy is. Now pushing forward to help snipe a little bit more on the front lines as time does tick down lower and lower.
Yeah, Texas did shoot down that drone. I was surprised to see a drone at all this late in the game, but they were saving it for later. Great utilization regardless of when it came out. And there's kill. Jake takes out Beto, sorry, and a lot of them were just kind of crawling around. I'm not sure that was like the great use of time there, just crawling down West Street.
You're obviously not a Naruto fan, Wookie, okay?
Yeah, you're right. I'm completely clueless.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well,
I'm way out of the loop on that one.
Let's see if Golden Viking's in the loop here as Deep Blue goes, what the heck? I checked this building. How is he here? Still finds the kill, thankfully, but time's ticking. 25 seconds left. They have to push.
Oof. Texas just doing work from that position.
15 seconds, 10 seconds. It's ticking down lower and lower as Crusader gets tagged. Jake is here, and time will be the enemy of Spectre. It will be the enemy that defeats them as they lose map 3 here, the third map they played this afternoon. Insidious remain undefeated and will go up 4-2 to lock in their third map of the afternoon.
It's that double-edged sword of those snipers. You know, you take a lot of time setting up angles, counting on snipers, and as a newer team, I'm not really surprised to see that that's how that played out here. Quite a few rounds that ran out of time.
But to the other side of things, impressive with how well Spectre did fight against Insidious this afternoon. Impressive with how impressive that sniping was from Spectre. If anything, that sniping was what got them those 2 rounds. So you're right, double-edged sword, it works well, it can hurt you, but a great fight from Spectre LC, a great learning experience from them, and it's not done yet.
No,
okay, there
not at
still
all.
could be at the end of this, again, how things work out. When we get to round 5, there's going to be one team that has won 4 rounds in a row. But if they lose in their 5th round, then there's going to be several teams that could be 4-1, in which case we could land into a tie scenario for first place. So you do want to stick around, because I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to have a couple of squads that are going to be 4-1. And I don't think it's out of the question that in that 5th round, one of these teams is going to take a loss. So we'll have to see how it all shakes out. But we're going to take a brief break. When we come back, round 4 of 5 of the North American Challenger Cup coming at you. So don't go anywhere. More action in a few.
Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, fast forward, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, fast forward, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
quick update. Thank you all for patiently waiting. We are not ready to jump into the action just yet. And if you are still waiting here, there should be another game live right now on this YouTube channel being cast by Minsu and a few others. War Thug QC versus Los Patrones still getting battled out here right now. And when that's finished, we'll be jumping down into round number 4. So it's going to be a few more minutes on this channel as we wait, but you can catch the action live right now on YouTube if you just go to the VRML YouTube channel and go check out that video that's also live right now. I think it's stream B technically if you're going by the thumbnails, but they're all labeled the same. So just find it and enjoy the action there, and then come back for what is going to be another great game between two top teams in round 4. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting through a long break that ultimately was a result of a necessary moderation decision that had to be made. It does impact score lines and how things could shake up for the rest of the day, so it is worth at least addressing briefly. But it seems that at some point there was a decision necessary that was needed to be made that ends up making it so that Aging Moss and Most Wanted in their matchup tied each other. They tied 3-3. A round was reversed, and the end score was 3-3, which means a tie on the scoreline. What this means is that instead of a loss, they get half of a point to their overall score, whereas a win would give you 1 point. So, in terms of our rankings and who is currently leading in our Challenger Cup, we have Insidious, the team we're going to be tuning into here this afternoon, in first place with 3 points and 3 wins. We have Aging Moss and Most Wanted in second and third place with 2 wins and 1 tie, in total 2.5 points. And then a variety of teams below them with 2 and 1. What this means is that Insidious have to win. If they lose, they could lose to Aging Moss or Most Wanted, but then it depends on how Aging Moss or Most Wanted do in their future matchups. So the math Wookiee is too advanced for a Wookiee, I would imagine, let alone me. And so we're not going to bother getting too deep into it, but do know that this is an important matchup to tune into.
I can't even read, okay? You expect me to do numbers on the fly?
All that hair in front of your eyes? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's
You're
a
not
lot
book guy.
stacked against me here.
But we are into the action with Insidious on the offense and Aging Moss on the defense for our first round of Egress, where we start things off.
Can I
It is
just
only
say,
one map, and yeah, go ahead.
I'm really glad we're on Egress. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, it's one I'm still very familiar with. Been around for a season plus now at this stage. These teams familiar with the dangers, and a very quick 1-for-1. That goes a full 1-for-1, and it's 4v4 now. Both players dead and unresable. No way to communicate in any information. And this side effectively in Insidious's control. They'll have to root out Rush next if they want to continue their advance alongside the south.
Yeah. Yeah, and Insidious sticking together but spread out. That's what I like to see. That tight-knit movement, pushing up together, just helps with refrags. And they're spread out enough that a frag won't get them. Flashbang won't necessarily get all of them. So yeah, they can all kind of help and cover each other. And that's just kind of like the beauty of Egress. I think Monarchid did a really great job on this map. It touches all the bases. You got some close quarters, you got some long angles, and it just feels really good, this map.
It is a solid middle ground, kind of a reminiscence of Quarantine in terms of what it provides. Not as many long angles, I would say, but short angles, sure, and close quarter combat is where Rush X finds success. Texas goes down. Jake from Skate Farm working their way up through the garage will now be one step closer to, I suppose, going all the way back to their team. Yeah, they're going to go up the stairs, rejoin Goat and Viking, maybe try and challenge Rush. People Crib will catch Golden trying to rotate along this far side. Goat's still here, though, looking for the refrag. They don't quite spot it out just yet. And Aging Moss off to a good start with Asian scooping up Jake from Skate Farm. Insidious are left with just Catholic Goat in a 1v4.
I don't know how they did that so quickly. I was just looking at 3 Marsoc guys all together, and now Catholic is the only guy left. Great picks from Aging Moss.
Yeah, 100%. They're looking good here this afternoon. Both of these teams, again, technically undefeated, coming off of strong performances so far in this Challenger Cup. Insidious really the team to beat, and so for Aging Moss to be starting things off, potentially taking an early round 1 lead, it is definitely a good way to get the momentum rolling.
Catholic just using that time to his advantage, looking for picks. Aging Moss definitely getting a little twitchy, I would say, you know, moving around a lot. So the pressure, well, not really the pressure, but the angst, you know, you want to find someone and get a kill, and you just start to get a little wiggly, a little squirrely. Catholic trying to find that.
Especially if you have an accurate kill count and you do know that you're up 4-1. That even gives you more sort of freedom, so to speak, to kind of go on the hunt, go look for that opponent, try and get that final kill. It can mean that you end up throwing your whole team one at a time if the whole team commits to that mentality. So it's a dangerous mentality to have your whole team slowly and surely fling themselves at their opponent one at a time. But
right, but you know, Volk is just fishing for shots. So, you know, they want Catholic to take a shot and miss, and then that's all the info they need.
Minute 15 left on the clock. They managed to get past one defender. I mean, is there a route here where they just actually sneak into this objective? I guess that's your main, it has to be the goal of GOAT right now. Don't even take shots. Even if you see enemies, hope they don't see you. Get up there for a cap.
He has to get outside the building and in the parking lot where those cars are, kind of around objective. There's no straight path through to that. So Volk still has total advantage here based on their positioning. Although, you know, now that I'm reevaluating this, Catholic might have an opportunity to approach from what I think is the west. Yeah. Oh, Bill Crib is walking around a lot though, so he might be able to catch GOAT.
Yeah, you're right. You really got to get out in the open, especially if you're on that from that side of that building. And Crib is watching this side, realizing that it is a vulnerability, and they won't find anyone over here just yet. GOAT will certainly hear these footsteps in this rotation, and so that's information for them. If they find Feeble Crib, then the objective is somewhat exposed, and there is a severe risk that the cap comes through. GOAT maybe recognizes this, finds Crib, crashes objective, Asian rotating back, GOAT scoops up another, there's a double kill, Tablet comes out, they get the code, no, the time ticks down, oh no, the time, you said it, Wookie, and it ends up getting Aging Moss the round. That was almost 2 points to Insidious to kick things off.
That was incredibly good, like, maneuvering and shooting from Catholic GOAT, but man, that was just a few seconds off, like, out of sync with everything, and it just, oh man, that definitely should have been an Insidious cap, but yeah, they just couldn't quite get the timing right on that one.
Sorry for putting up the wrong win logo. There's Aging Moss. Did take that round win, and a heck of a start to round 4. Frankly, what I'd expect with how good this has been going. Wookie, the games have been fantastic. We do again apologize for that brief delay we had between rounds 3 and 4, but we're here now, and we're enjoying round 4 heartily as Aging Moss are saying, we want to deliver Insidious their first loss. We want to push them down to 4-1.
And you know what? It was looking like they might have pulled it off. So, I mean, if they just get the timing down a little bit better on these next few rounds, I'm expecting good things out of Insidious here. I mean, we've only been seeing them all day, but they're looking really good here on map 1.
Again, they are, but again, Aging Moss are in the early lead at least, and technically undefeated, although they are there with the tie, and so technically Insidious, again, are the leaders so far in this round robin Challenger Cup, or not round robin, group stage Challenger Cup, not group stage, just Challenger Cup. It's hard to keep the formats. I think it's technically a Swiss format or something like that, but I digress. We are into the 4 out of 5 rounds to be played here this afternoon. 5 maps played out with a variety of different teams, going up a variety of different opponents. It is a true test of a team at the end of the day because you have to go through a lot, Wookie. I mean, I think you've been through the Challenger Cup a time or two. You've played in it, you've cast in it. It's a lot. Teams play a whole season to avoid the Challenger Cup.
That's right. I mean, like I said, at the very first round 1 of Cargo, I was like, this is a marathon. It is not a sprint. Yep. And you just have to, it's so much that you got to do to keep your head on straight, make sure you're not starving, you know, and like, get enough food in you for the whole day. It's a lot, and then make sure your batteries are charged. So the worst is having a technical defeat where you just gotta can't play, everyone's batteries are dead, sorry.
Or start your match 4v5. You don't want to do that either, and thankfully we're not there right now. And that during that break I managed to get some food into the system, so it's all good on my end, Wookie. I don't know about you. I don't know how you're doing over there, but
I feasted this morning, so I'm good.
Yeah, you prepped. You knew what you were getting into in the Challenger Cup.
Right.
It's almost always a long day, but hey, it's a long day of Onward, and that's always a good thing, as we do love the old game of Onward in the VR esports. I love doing VRML casting. I'm happy to be here in the postseason. I'm happy to see such great games so far, and we may run into some early action here as Feeble and Hezbollah work their way up along the south side.
45.
Jake picking up that kill against AG Moss. That's good for Insidious. Nice to pick off Marsoc early. Not sure where that went down.
It was far north.
Super
far north.
I don't remember what, like the shop or something. Yeah, as
huge play there. Canadian Jesus is flying in. They find a kill. Objectives open.
Oh my God,
for potential cap. Tablet comes out. You can punch it in that corner of that building. Aging Moss are going to look to go up 3-0 as flashes come in to deter the code from punching in. Utility comes through. Canadian hasn't gotten it in yet as they find kills, and they're lucky Davis didn't push in sooner because that could have been their final death, and that is Aging Moss going up 3-0. Rush wasn't even anywhere near the objective. Insidious completely caught off guard there.
Gosh.
And what happened there? They just kind of sprinted in.
Yeah,
they just sprinted right in.
They opened a hole through the warehouse, and they all just went in. They funneled in, and but spread out just enough. And the flashes are coming out. I thought maybe that flash did get him. That maybe is why it took so long to type the code in. But he just stayed put and got the job done. That's really impressive. I mean, my God, that was round 2. We're already up 3-0 for Aging Moss against Insidious.
They are looking to deliver Insidious their first loss this afternoon. I have an inkling, Wookie, it's not going to be this easy. I would be surprised if it came through this way. But hey, I mean, there's been plenty of surprises already today. We didn't get to see it, but Proteus losing 5-0 to Most Wanted. Big surprise. Not what we expected this afternoon. Insidious certainly have been doing well, but they've been fighting almost every bit of the way to get their wins. It has not been easy. And now Aging Moss on the cusp, on match points, to take this 4th round of the Challenger Cup and likely take first place going into round 5. They just need one more round, Wookie, and sometimes that one more round symptom can be what kills you.
Yeah, no, I mean, and we're gonna start seeing this throughout the rest of the rounds. I know we're getting towards like the end of this tournament here, and we're gonna see little mistakes being made by both teams. I'm sure, by many teams, right? As the day goes on, and people are just getting a little bit exhausted because we started this about 4 hours ago. So I mean, it's been a long day of VR for these guys.
Yeah, and like I said, the pressure starts to only get more heavy. It only gets more intense as you get deeper into this thing. And so you really do have to keep your focus, keep yourself disciplined. And Hezbollah catches an early kill, getting very aggressive. Make it a double.
Wow. I was going to say, like, this is the gas station objective here. So, ooh, Catholic waiting for that one as he comes to the doorway. This one is kind of a trickier objective to defend for Volk, which might explain why Aging Moss is pushed out so far, trying to get those early picks and flanks going.
Right. Yeah, it does seem to get them at least a nice early advantage, but at the cost of their life, so a 1-for-2 trade. And Jake's still pushing up here. We'll get through the garage. Rush wasn't watching inside garage. They're just on the other side of the wall. They're inside objective building. Feeble making sure no one's pushing in along the south side, and ultimately up the middle seems to be the right choice from Insidious. Risky, of course.
Of course. Yeah, everything's kind of come to a standstill here, though. It's people trying to figure out new routes to take, figure out where these defenders are. It's a map that offers a lot of flanking opportunities. So I'm kind of surprised Marsoc is just kind of set in their place right here. They don't want to move too much. They're looking for those flanking Volk members, but I don't think they're going to keep doing that. I think Volk is kind of done flanking here.
You know, it worked well against them, but Aging Moss kind of just went up right up the middle, right? And got a cap against them. So I wonder if Insidious are maybe thinking that they try a little dosage of that medicine and go right up the middle. It's, again, hard to make that play because it's very risky. And Jake, hearing Asian over here, does seem to want to make that commitment to trying to get one more peek. They peek out. They see Asian there. They catch the trade. It's a trade, though. Jake goes down. The res going to be tough to get. Canadian Jesus can't quite see the body, so they won't be able to get the full confirm unless they rotate here. And the duo going to become a trio, as Goat should be able to get over here and get the res before they get confirmed.
Looks like he will get that res off. That's huge for Insidious, evening it up 3v3 now. Davis, yeah, pretty close to objective here now.
Are you thinking cap right now if you're Insidious? You know, are you looking for those extra 2 points to get back at your opponent, or does that still feel like, again, too risky of a play? Do you take the risks to get yourself an advantage? Goat catches one north. They've got a 3-2-8 advantage. They know that what their accurate kill count is. Feeble does manage to crash back, but they may be crashing back into Davis. Bros back. That's a nice kill. Utility comes in that goes too far and ultimately costs the life of Rush. And objective's wide open. Feeble Crib comes circling in back, throwing utility of their own onto the OBJ. They'll go down to Jake and Insidious. Will get one on the offense of their own. They will stay alive. They don't get the cap, but hey, a point's a point. They're still in it. They get to defend now. They're going to look to push this up to 2-3 and slowly chip away at this Aging Moss lead.
Yeah, Aging Moss, I don't think they were really looking for a cap there. I think they're just getting picks, trying to apply that pressure. But Insidious, in their fear of the cap, did make that ultimate mistake there, exposing himself. He was probably thinking, oh my God, they're capping right now. And he, run outside and check the corner. But yeah, Aging Moss, Insidious just getting that pick and getting that first round win. Now they can defend, bring it back, and then cap again in the following round. Maybe that'll even it up. Or not even it up, but make it a 4-3 victory over Aging Moss. But so far, this has been an insane matchup right now.
Yeah, it's the 4th round of the North American Challenger Cup. It's our 15th season of VRML and Onward, and it's been a great season so far. And when you have a good, solid, competitive season like we've had in Season 15, you really can expect that the postseason will also deliver, and it certainly has delivered this afternoon and continues to deliver. We still have the rest of this map and then round number 5, the final round of the Challenger Cup, to deliver to you. There is, again, as a reminder, 3 streams live right now. They're all right here on the same YouTube channel, so all you need to do is subscribe. You don't have to, but I'd like you to subscribe. If you want to watch all the 3 streams, which you should do, you can then go into the Breachers VRML channel, go to the live section, and you'll see all of the live streams being broadcast to you. There's several great games happening right now. The other 2 undefeated teams, Most Wanted and... oh, who was it? Not 2 undefeated. Most Wanted is technically undefeated. They're tied now for second, but Most Wanted is playing You want to keep an eye on them. If they can take a win there, it's going to be kind of all bets off for the last round 5 in terms of who could be our champion and advance on to the round robin next weekend. We're getting back into it, though. Round number 4. There's a cap, so you do the math. It is our 4th round, and Aging Moss looking to wrap things up with an offensive win here and take this map.
Yeah, we are watching the 2 undefeated teams here, and then Most Wanted is the 3rd undefeated at the moment.
Yeah.
And everyone else does have a loss notched on their belt.
It comes down to that 5th round. Whoever remains undefeated, if they do not lose in that 5th round, they're the champion. If they do lose, it's a guessing game. It comes down to it's not a guessing game. We know who. We have but I'm not going to do the math here live on stream. Catholic Goat does the math and finds a kill, but it cost them their life. Somehow Hasbullah made it past that line of sight and survives, and it's only a 1-for-1 trade instead of a 1-for-2.
Yeah, if I'm defense, I'm liking this defensive layup. You know, he kind of got all the angles covered in a back insurance policy way down there from Jake. Pretty much covers all the bases here, but Asian and Rush looking for Jake right now. Seem to know that there's a Volk somewhere over there. I don't know if they got ID'd or what, but it definitely looks like they're going to dig him out. Or at least attempt to.
It can't be a terribly uncommon position. It does look like it's designed to tuck into, and so, you know, when a position's sometimes that obvious, it can be either pre-nated or predetermined, and people can kind of anticipate it. But either way, they've got 2 right up the middle, ready to position a spring out to the objective. Jake is right here. They're going to get a nade up and over. That should give their position away. Asian sees that, counters with a flash of their own. That does catch Jake. They tuck back in, and now their position's gone. Texas scoops up one, trying to rotate towards objective, which is vital. Jake needs to get rid of Asian here on this east side, and if they don't, it really could be bad news for the Insidious defense. Asian finds a vital kill, and now they can collapse from this side down to the objective. Golden Viking comes alive and catches one. Smokes around on OBJ. They're pushing for a cap on the corner.
C4 got him. Canadian Jesus is down from a C4, really well placed. That was really close to a cap. That C4 changed the game.
That was a massive save. And normally you can't place C4 close enough to an objective to because if you get it too close to the OBJ, you can't detonate it. But that was a very specifically positioned C4 to guard that alley and get as close as they could. I mean, that's just game knowledge. You know what I mean? That's just the understanding of where exactly you can place something, and they put it right where they need to be able to defend from that corner cap. And I mean, I think to your point, that saved the round entirely. That was 2 points easily. That's Aging Moss 5-1. That's them really maybe even locking in a guaranteed victory through the rest of this thing. But instead, it is Insidious looking like they're going to be potentially taking this round. Texas gets identified on a rotate. Asian likely knows where Golden Viking is because they lost a teammate to it, and they saw Davis Bros up through the center. So there's a lot of info that Asian has right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see a defense that has an answer for everything. That C4 was just game changer for these guys. And Asian, nice fall back, getting a pick there. He's got to be ready for Golden, who has a laser on him.
Great line of sight there. Insidious hang on to the match. Do not let it go. And Aging Moss are getting plagued with that one more syndrome. Just one more is all they need to take this series, but that last point can sometimes be the most challenging, as Insidious are just a point away from tying it. Just one more for Insidious. That's all they really need to tie this thing up and really push this one to... if they go 4-0, it almost locks in their victory. Because even if they lose...
I think so.
Yeah, even if they lose, I don't think there's enough wins for their opponents to get, you know, like it's vital that Insidious continue to fight. Look, that's to the point.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. I mean,
and so they are going to keep fighting.
the objective moved across the street to the warehouse, so you got similar approaches, but definitely a more useful but less utilized southern approach here on this warehouse objective. This could be a capping opportunity too for Insidious. This is like a really great capping objective. If I was Insidious right now, I would be extremely excited to have this objective.
Would you be thinking cap though? Because dang, it's you can't afford to overcommit to that, and we've seen teams lose to that.
So personally, they're doing a round reset. So personally, when it comes to that, I go for kills because cap is just more of like an opportunity like situation. Like if there's an opportunity presented, do it. But like, yeah, you're just going for kills.
I think I'm in agreement with you there on that being the standard approach, but I guess we've seen Aging Moss prioritize caps in a lot of cases, and it's worked pretty well for them so far, as it always does in the Challenger Cup. You know, again, that's experience coming in, understanding of what works well in these single map elimination formats, and you only learn that by competing in it, being a part of it, or watching it. And so,
right.
You know, it's to the people that lost or are maybe been eliminated already and are tuning in, it's fine. You know, it's good experience, really good experience to learn really what it takes to go through the Challenger Cup. Maybe it's good incentive to be a little bit more persistent in pursuing that top 7 position in the regular season, and doing your practices, scrims, team planning, looking at footage. You know, some of these squads have really committed a lot of time, and in some cases they already have committed a lot of time. So if you're a new team that's coming in, which there are plenty of new players and new teams that are playing right now in this Challenger Cup, that also can be a way that you can kind of break through to the top, is really putting that extra bit of commitment in to try and go up against your opponent. And sometimes it's what it takes, and it can reward you by, again, enabling you to avoid what is 5 hours of Onward on a Saturday, which maybe isn't too bad. Maybe something you don't want to avoid that. And frankly, I don't blame you.
Yeah, why would you try to avoid that? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Looks like Insidious, with the quick southern spawn here, are just going to stick to the southern approach under the freeway overpass. Meanwhile, Volk is really spread out to the north, anticipating some kind of northern flank, but Insidious all coming from the south. Mostly, except for Texas. He's kind of doing his own thing over there.
I mean, if he can draw the attention of those defenders over there,
yeah,
they're pretty far away from the OBJ. If that nade connected on a Rush, it would have been this whole side in control of Insidious. So Rush holding a vital position still. They'll be known soon as they'll catch Davis Bros for their first kill.
That was a really close nade, though, to Rush. If only... It seemed to, like, dip below the wall just enough to shield him, I think, is what happened. But regardless, I'm surprised we're not seeing flashes come out to take care of Rush. I'm sure we will in a moment, but yeah, the southern approach is looking really good for Insidious right now, even though they did just take a loss. It's just one guy here, one defender, 3 Marsoc. The odds are against Rush for sure.
4:20 on the clock and ticking as the time slowly dwindling away, and ultimately Aging Moss certainly would be happy to take another round by time, and I imagine Insidious, not wasting too much more of it as they do finally start to push their way forward. Rush has rotated so slightly around the pillar, and as a smoke comes in here, it's not going to deny any vision from Rush. Thankfully, Texas is there for a refrag, but Rush picks up 2 to eliminate, ultimately a pretty aggressive rotation here from Insidious.
That was a surprising lack of utility from Insidious not to be able to deal with him. I mean, it took 2 people to dig out Rush. 1 bad frag and 1 smoke was all that was used. All they needed was 1 flash to just shut him down. Yeah,
smoke is costly on an objective like this that you want to push. There's the flash. They did have one.
Why did they wait till then to use it? Oh my goodness. We'll never know.
They
Lots
don't
of
see
smoke
through the
coming
walls
out.
like we do. Okay.
I know. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, Asian with a nice random flank on the south. They're like, I'm bored over here in the north. I'm flanking south.
Just took a little peek, and there was a attacker. They catch a nice kill, and Aging Moss 2 away from taking this series. And Insidious really got to be thinking cap at this point, as they do smoke objective and don't utilize the smoke again. It's a trend we've been seeing. Use it as distraction, sure, but they are seemingly not going to push through it, where if they did, if the duo committed to pushing Canadian, it's a 1v2 challenge. They find that kill, it's their objective.
Yeah, they just keep allowing themselves to get picked off. Catholic all alone now. 2 minutes, roughly, on the clock. And he gets the refrag on Asian. That was an impressive, very nice shot. I mean, now he just has to keep the momentum going. Flank all the way around Catholic. Go all the way around. Everyone knows exactly where you are. And I'm sure he's, freaking out a little bit. The pressure might be getting to him just slightly.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on the line here. Their undefeated streak could be stopped right now, and backs against the wall. It's always exciting to see how a team like this will perform. This is a vital round, a 1v3 they have to clutch. They're 7-3 so far on the day, so if anything, they're playing super well. They've got utility. A nade toss comes in. Oh, it does! Who's here on objective? A smoke comes out. Canadian Jesus comes crashing back. Are they going to look for the res or look for the kill? Do they know they have one down? They get the res. Feeble pops up, pops some rounds through to the smoke. They can't see each other, although we can see through that smoke. And Catholic will drop off for another minute 10 left.
This is insane. This is all so insane. Catholic, just get out of there and flank. What are you doing?
Looking for more utility.
Yeah.
Gets the smoke, tosses it out. 1 minute left.
Hezbollah looking to flank him.
Over-aggressive flank could put Hezbollah flying themselves right in the Catholic Goats line of sight. They hear the footsteps, but time ticks. 43 seconds left. And time is their enemy. It's been their enemy this series so far. 35 seconds left. Goat needs to get this kill, but if the push doesn't continue to come through and Hezbollah stops, time's going to continue to tick down. Hezbollah continues to rotate, and the push comes out. Hezbollah finds the kill, and Aging Moss deliver Insidious their first loss in this Challenger Cup. And now it is a free-for-all for first place. There is no undefeated team. Well, I suppose we'll have to see how Most Wanted do. They could technically remain undefeated, and if they did win their matchup, then they will be that #1 team. We can take a quick look and see if they've finished their series. They have not, according to my website. So going up against Spectre, not going to be an easy matchup, and there really could be an opportunity for the 4-1 teams out there, the teams that have experienced a loss, which is really a rarity. I feel like oftentimes you'll have an undefeated team be that champion, but there's a real chance that Aging Moss can win this even with a tie. Most they're actually they are now very much firmly in first place with this win.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I'm looking at the leaderboard here, and we still have games coming in, so these aren't final. But right now, Siren Snails have taken rank 1 above Insidious. So let's see what happens once the scores are updated.
Yeah, I think it's because they have one more game played technically, so we gotta wait until.
Right, because Insidious will now be 3-1. Aging Moss will be 3-0.
You're right, 3-0 and 1.
Yeah.
So technically, they should be first place with 3.5 points, whereas Flashbangers and Siren Snails, who are both 3 and 1 as well, only have 3 points. So again, it gets a little confusing with ties in the mix, and the reason there's a tie is because the round had to be overturned because there was a moderation decision that had to be made, and we're not going to get too into it here, but sometimes these things happen where you have to make a decision, and the round, overturned. I trust in our mods to make those right choices, and especially when it needs to be made quickly, it's hats off to them for dealing with that issue. And ultimately, I think if anything, it makes things more exciting because it keeps things a little bit closer. So I'm not complaining here on the production side, but definitely a moment for Aging Moss here. They're in the lead with this win, and they just need another W in round 5. We'll likely be tuning into that here, or it'll be on one of the other streams that's live right now. We're going to go to a big break while the rest of these teams finish things up, but there should be other games live on the other streams, and if there isn't, it means that we're getting ready to transition into the final round of the North American Challenger Cup, where at the end of that, we will have a winner crowned. So do not go anywhere. There's plenty more Onward action left, and technically not plenty, only one more map, but you don't want to miss it because it's a vital one. So do come back when our intermission is up, but for now, tune into the other streams and enjoy the North American Challenger Cup Round 4. Round 5 coming at you after this break.
download it.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here dealing with some technical difficulties, albeit, but we are here into round number 1 of this series in the final round 4 between Aging Moss and Insidious. As Aging Moss are on the attack, Aging Moss and Latin Force. Aging Moss need to take the win to be potentially one of the teams in contention for first place. If Latino Force take the match here, they will be the ones that will be in contention for first place potentially. There is 3 games getting played right now on all 3 channels on this YouTube channel being broadcast live, and at any point, any one of the winners could be our champion in this Challenger Cup. It is all that close this afternoon, and it is so far been an extreme battle between squads as Guerrero will take out another. And let me quickly update the team names so it's a little bit clearer who you're rooting for, as Latin Force will take the first round of the series in what is again the last round of this Challenger Cup. It's been 5 maps played by these teams this afternoon, almost 5 hours. We're coming up on 4.5 hours of Onward. A lot of battery charging and resting and breaks and water breaks, and ultimately a lot of Onward. That has led us to the point we were at now, and Wookie will be here soon. They've had to go into the virtual world, download the map, come back, because Shipyard is a custom map and we had to update Shipyard for us to get here, and that can take, it was a process, okay, but we're here, we're in till we caught that first round, thankfully just in time, and it is again a vital round for us to catch, because at any point this series could go the way of any one of these teams. To recap what I was saying earlier, I need to update the apologies. Why I was confused. It is Latin Force. And we do want to swap sides because I do believe that Aging Moss is technically the home team this afternoon. Latin Force away, and map 1 is not Downfall, it is instead Shipyard. Latin Force are up 1-0 out the gate. And again, a strong start for them as they catch that early round. We'll swap sides, and Aging Moss will get a chance to defend this ship objective. But Wookie, are you with me yet? Are you here? Are you into the action for round 2? No, it's just me. Well, Wookie will join us shortly. Maybe they'll be surprised that we're already here into the second round. But we are getting in to round number 2 of this map. Aging Moss and Latin Force battling it out here. Aging Moss, a team that's technically undefeated, 3-0-1 so far in this group stage, in this Challenger Cup. If they lose, they will go 3-1-1. That means Latin Force will go up from 3-1 to 4-1. And they will be leading in points versus their counterpart here. So if Latin Force can win, they will be in contention for first place. If Most Wanted win their matchup, they will be 4-0-1, and they will technically be the victors. And so if Aging Moss and Most Wanted both win, then they're tied. If they both lose, then we're in a 3-way tie between a bunch of other it's crazy, okay? The point here is, again, that all 3 of the matches that we're watching on the YouTube channels that are going across the YouTube, we have multiple streams live, all 3 of them could be the determining match that determine who our champion is of this Challenger Cup. It's that close this afternoon as we get into it 2v3, and Aging Moss are losing defenders but still have Feeble Crib on objective.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm back now. Sorry about that.
No problem. I explained the technical struggles that we experienced.
I appreciate that.
We are at least into the action, and I've never seen the blimp on this map before, or the train in the background. Maybe some new additions. Maybe that's why we needed.
Yeah, that must be
That's why we
why.
needed the update.
Yeah.
That's why we needed the update, so we can see the train and the blimp in the background. It's important stuff.
That's hilarious. Oh, technical issues. Fun stuff. No, I had it already on. I downloaded it on native. Forgot to download it on PC. That's my bad.
Yep. A classic struggle, but hey, at least we're here into the action. This skybox is new too.
Yeah, it is.
Looks very pretty. As Ivans here sets up an overwatch towards the ship and is looking for any sort of defensive action over there. There is only 2 left on the Aging Moss side, and Latin Force has 3.5 minutes to work their way up to the OBJ, and I believe Aging Moss are going to stay tucked in. This team's been pretty disciplined on their defensive positions. They haven't really overextended. It's why they're 3-0-1 right now, and well, they did really good in their last series. They really looked strong last map against Insidious.
Yeah, they did. I'm just taking a moment here to appreciate all the little subtle changes. I didn't realize the map changed this much, but it's a lot more apparent when you're flying around versus being on the ground.
Maybe they changed it for us.
That's right.
Because when you're in it, it is still the same layout. It's nothing in terms of the where things are positioned and where you can go has really been altered much.
No.
But some new shadows have been thrown in. I don't remember these shadows from the stairs. Those are nice. You know, some new effects, the blimp, some wind. Some I like the energy of, wind turbines over there. It's good stuff. It's a nice aesthetic enhancement.
I'm digging
the
it.
Surrounding experience, and I suppose in a game like Onward, if you can enhance the immersion, it's a valuable element. It's we're talking about the Pro Tube and the force feedback model there. That enhances the immersion, and again, Onward adds to that because of how much it is, because of that military sim theming of it.
Still a tough objective though on the boat, regardless of all the changes. Chilano gonna get C forward. Wow. Okay, I was wondering.
Nice play.
I was wondering what was up with that because he was not holding a weapon.
Ivans isn't holding a weapon either, and they just saw Hasbula here. The utility goes out. A great flash, but it ends in a 1-for-1 trade, and we have to direct our attention over to the objective because there's a smoke out. Feeble's crashing back. Torres gets past the smoke. Can they get over to Feeble? No, Feeble drops back, but yes, the back is exposed, and Latin Force are up 2-0 right now on the final map of this Challenger Cup.
Wow.
If Aging Moss lose and Most Wanted lose, this team could be the team that ends up advancing on to the round robin next week.
Talk about an upset. This is not what I was expecting at all.
It's hard to know what to expect today,
It is.
Wookie. I mean, really, it could be completely reversed here. Aging Moss could take 4 in a flash. In a game like Onward, a cap and 2 points comes in no time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this is a tough objective to start off on the boat, but Latin Force though, man, won offense and defense. That's a really solid start for Latin Force.
yeah,
Aging Moss, I mean, it was really tight. I missed the first round, and that second round it came down to the wire. But Aging Moss definitely going to feel the pressure now to get some points on the board. And I wonder if they're just going to go straight for a cap, because this is a pretty capable objective here on Shipyard.
I mean, are they feeling the fatigue, Wookie? I mean,
think
some of our
so.
other I had to give a rallying speech to the casting team to keep us all lively for what is the last hurrah of the Challenger Cup here. Both for everything, for season 15. This is the last game of the Challenger Cup, and so we're not going to have any games tomorrow. Nothing over the course of the week, but yeah, it is a long day here today, and for these players, I mean, Wookie, we're not even talking. You sweat after 2 hours of this game. We're coming up on 5.
Well, I mean, yeah, everyone's feeling it. The casters are feeling it. Definitely the players. It's just been a heck of a day of Onward, I'll say.
A great day of Onward, I'll say, as
yes.
these games have been so fun to tune into, and Latin Force looking to push this up 3-0 on a defensive hold. new objective, and, well, one that can be capped, Wookie. This one is has several little vulnerabilities. If you lose certain key defenders and you don't properly rotate to cover those gaps in coverage, you really can be in a bad way here on this objective. And so an opportunity for a team like Aging Moss, who has been hungry for the caps, could go for a cap attempt.
But will they let it be their downfall? That will be what we have to find out here. I mean, you can be cap hungry as long as you just don't let that get in the way. Ivan, pretty common position up there, getting a nice pick against Aging Moss. Not a really, if you're Aging Moss right now, that was not what you wanted. A trade? Looks like a trade has come out.
We got to take stock of where this defense is really looking right now, because there's 4 of them left.
Man, Aging Moss are
2 attackers. Yeah, they're going to pick apart trying to break through here, trying to even get set up to push in.
Yeah, they're not even in position. They're just trying to get into position and getting picked off. 2v4 right now for Aging Moss. Really just ugly odds right here. Great defense positions, though, from Latin Force. I mean, they were looking pretty good when we casted them on downfall earlier. Canadian G's get them down. That's what they really needed there. Although immediately refragged. Nice follow-up from Torres' family. All comes down to Rush.
No, you are true. They are right. The one loss they had, they lost by a point.
Yeah.
And it was hard fought against Insidious, who was otherwise undefeated, and now Latin Force is looking to give Aging Moss their first loss. They almost did it to Insidious, but Insidious instead beat them, and they're looking to do this to Aging Moss here. It's all it just goes to show you how crazy this Challenger Cup is, because Aging Moss beat Insidious, Latin Force is beating Aging Moss, Latin Force lost to Insidious. How could you predict anything? You know, based on seriously. Stats and who wins and past win history, you know, with how this has ended up turning out, it is, it's the pressure, it's the moment, it's the map. It's so many different factors that ultimately can decide how a team ends up performing in the Challenger Cup. It's a true test of you as a team, because you got to be good at everything. You got to be ready for anything, and you got to be able to perform when you get it.
Team's taking a little while in the tent to kind of figure out what they're going to do here. This is not what I was expecting from Aging Moss to be this down on a Shipyard, which I feel like is a pretty popular map for people like the folks over there at Aging Moss. But they are just struggling against this Latin Force performance here on Shipyard.
I'm looking at the rounds played. It is not on the list for Aging Moss. It is for Latin Force. 31 rounds played, 58% win rate. Their strongest is Quest with 69% win rate, but you know, maybe it's a bit of a, this could be what we're seeing here, a ban phase result. You know what I mean? Where maybe Aging Moss just didn't ban down the right maps, and Latin Force got a map that they're not too bad at. You know what I mean? Most of the time when you're banning things down, you're prioritizing effectively. You're trying to really invest into your team, into your opponent, or prioritize game maps you're not good at. And you know, there's a lot of factors that do go in to a phase that we don't highlight much, where these teams each get to ban a map out of the 10 map pool until there's only 2 maps left. They go back and forth banning a map until only 2 maps remain, and then they can pick from one of those 2 maps. So, you know, this could have been a strategic banning battle, Wookie, that gets us to Shipyard, where Latin Force ultimately had a little bit more comfort than Aging Moss. And we could be seeing a sub for Aging Moss right now, because they're trying to do something to get themselves back in it. Maybe we're seeing a headset restart, because again, it's that last moment to potentially adjust any tech difficulties, and you need to try and claw things back. If you're Aging Moss, you can't afford a loss.
Yeah, in other news, we just found out that Proteus has won their match 4-1. That was really fast. So yeah, they were playing against Grim Tide, so it's a 4-1. Unfortunately, both of them are so far down. I don't know if it really matters, but we gotta wait. I think we gotta wait either way to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I think they've had too many losses so far. There's only so many teams that are 4-1.
2 losses, yeah.
And so, you know, again, there's other games live right now while we wait, which hopefully it doesn't seem to be too long. I got worried we were going to go into a timeout, but that's only once they had their 5th back, and their 5th is back, and there's no timeout. Loki, we're going right into it. We did a little stumbling and stalling long enough to get into round number 4 here. Latin Force up 3-0 if you're just tuning in, and this one a vital series. The winner here could be our winner of the Challenger Cup. There's several other games that determine that factor, though. Those are all being broadcast live right now. Pull them up on the YouTube channel. They're on this YouTube channel. Subscribe to it. Go find them in the live section. Watch all of the games because all of them matter. And I think that's the first time that's ever happened in a Challenger Cup, 15 seasons. I don't think I've ever had 3 streams be potentially determining who our victor is.
I don't think so
As Aging Moss says, there's no victor done just yet. Latin Force doesn't have this in the bag just yet. A good opening for Aging Moss.
They need this more than ever here.
Bajaron. Sí, -1 por centro.
Big refrag from Torres family. Puts him at 4-4. That's knowledge that gets radioed into the rest of the team, so the entire team knows what the kill count is, what kind of opponent they're pushing into. All of these details are vital to convey to your opponent, to your team. And oh, there's a great nade from Rush that puts Guerrero down. Can Rush get the full confirm? I mean, Guerrero might be in a position where they could get rezzed. Yeah, they cannot get confirmed just yet, so there is an opportunity to pick them up and res them.
Yeah, Rush looking for that res, I think, though. Kind of, maybe not. He is throwing utility. They get the res off. Latin Force are still in it, 4-4. Wow, this is just, they're still getting into position, these Latin Force Marsoc players, so anything could happen here.
Rush in a vital spot here, holding things down, and Guerrero and Ivans both know Rush's position, or should at least, based off of communication. And surprising to see that Torres isn't trying to pop up and get this pick if they do know that Rush is up here. Maybe they don't really know where Rush is, but either way, it doesn't seem to have been conveyed, or Torres doesn't feel confident enough to peek up and over. They don't know that they do not have anyone watching them. Nobody is looking at this roof right now. Canadian Jesus is watching a basement push. Asian is on objective, and Feeble's on a far corner. So a real moment where, you know, Rush could have been scooped up. Torres will drop off, and Ivans and Guerrero will continue to push closer and closer into Rush. Mexicano on the bottom floor, rotating over towards Canadian Jesus. We could see a fight down there shortly. But there's action on the top floor as well. Torres does finally go down to Feeble Crib.
Wow, this is just not playing out at all how I ever imagined on the round 5 for AGM.
Canadian Jesus will spring a trap onto an unexpected Mexicano. The basement hold from Canadian Jesus, something I thought was going to be the detriment of this team, ends up paying off big and catching a long flank that would have sprung a trap onto this objective. It's now up to Ivans and Guerrero's down, so it's up to Ivans in a 1v4. And unfortunately,
he's underneath me.
The baby giving away the position comes through the comms.
Rush calling it out on the radio too, so they all know.
Yeah. You got to go, and everybody knows you have to go into an isolated sound chamber to play Onward.
That's right.
Competitively.
You don't want like a random leaf blower to give your position away. Neighbor doing the yard, you know,
or anything in life, a dog, a spouse, significant other, you know, like any variety of things that could potentially come and disrupt you. All of that has to be excluded from the zone of Onward. And well, Ivan's maybe learning that the hard way as their position is given away, but they got 2 minutes. They can wait around. They can play things slow.
Ivan's here just hell-bent on killing Rush, who is not going to expose himself at all to that ground position.
He's still on ship. He's underneath me.
Just going to be a radio, a beacon. giving away the position because they know they have 1v4, and so they'll take a round off of time right now. They'll take a round. You know what I mean? They just need to win here, so they're fine waiting things out, and Canadian Jesus will round up this one a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Minute and a half left on the clock. They find the final kill, and Aging Moss continue to fight for their chance at being crowned the CC champion. If they win, they're looking very good. Most Wanted have to also win for there to be any contention. If Most Wanted lose and Aging Moss win, then Aging Moss will be the champion. There's a lot of math to be done, and I know it gets confusing when I go over it a lot, but just want to keep things fresh in your mind in terms of what's at stakes right now, and that you should be tuning in to all 3 streams that are live, because all 3 games could determine our champion. Even if Latin Force win here, they very well could be in contention for first place with several other teams that are 4-1. Those teams are playing right now on stream on the YouTube channel. So do be sure to catch all of the games, pull them all up, watch all of the North American Challenger Cup action, because, well, it's being brought to you by the hard work of us community casters, of us VRML casters. We're bringing to you this action, and in some cases, as you look at Chumbake, I'll give them a shout out. They've been live for 7+ hours, coming up on 8 at this point. That's quite an achievement. And Wookie, we know that we've been there.
Yeah.
I've done an 8-hour bender before, but it is no easy task. And again, a big props to Chumbate and the team for really stepping up this whole season and putting on a lot of great content and casting, and ultimately supporting everyone here, bringing you all great content. So a shout out to them. Me and Wookie are fair weather fans. We've come here into the postseason to bring you casts and content, and while we may have watched, we didn't do a lot of broadcasting. Those others on the other channels really have invested a lot of time and energy, and so please do go show them some support as well. We appreciate you being here, obviously, and we do love the game of Onward because it's action-packed, just like right now as the action unfolds with Feeble Crib looking for an early pick.
This might mark the comeback for AJ Moss here. This objective, a lot of options here. Chileno getting that down on Rush, who kind of fell off the stairs.
Oh my gosh. Rush and Feeble Crib both down. Feeble can't be rezzed because they're in. I mean, they could be rezzed.
Canadian's already near objective. There's really not anyone to go back and get them. Oh man, this is insane right here. Oh, C4 does get has Almez.
I think you have to pause and go back and get those two.
I do too. It looks like Asian's working on it, so Canadian keeping them busy while Asian gets the revives. Like to see it. Asian Moss still in it. 4v5, assuming Asian gets that last revive here.
Thank you.
Yep, there it is.
Feeble doesn't have his gun. It's dropped off. It didn't come with him, and it's stuck up on the cargo crate, so he's gunless, even though he's rezzed. So they just have to go pick that up. But hopefully once he grabs his rifle, which they do, it will be... and now he complains. Oh, the audacity. You know, he's down, he gets rezzed, and then complains to Asian that he's in his spot. It's all unbelievable. But they're back. Now they're gone, and it's a 3v5.
Oh, man, this is brutal. Canadian gonna walk right into Chileno's. Oh, he gets his elbow.
Big.
Huge pick. Careful going. Oh, he just kind of
went right
Leroy
in.
Jenkins did right in there and through the door.
It could be the long day, could be the pressure, but it's starting to mount up for the Aging Moss squad, and Latin Force have 3 alive to the 1 of Rush on the roof. And if Rush can't clutch this up, it's going to be Latin Force taking the win and potentially becoming our Challenger Cup champion. We're not there yet. We won't really know until the rest of the games are finished, and we'll stick around here until that happens to really notify you of who our champion is. That could take some time, though, so do be patient when we get there. But we're not there yet. Rush could clutch this. A 1v3 is not impossible. And the disappointed sigh comes through.
Plenty of time on the clock for him to do something, though.
Yeah. Can pick apart the team one at a time. Just has to figure out a good way to do it.
As long as Latin Force sit tight and they don't move around too much and expose themselves, yeah, I mean, Rush has a huge workload ahead of him.
also worth considering, has not picked up a kill yet in this map. So they're not looking,
yeah, that's brutal.
you know, they're not coming in with confidence, so to speak. They're not shooting and hitting shots right now on this map. They have been certainly most of today, because obviously it's been 5 hours of Onward. They haven't yet lost. They tied. They're 3-0-1, but they haven't yet lost. So this could actually be also their first loss of today if Rush can't clutch things up and keep them alive.
Nice.
And there's 1 of 3.
Still 2 minutes or so on the clock. Looks like Rush might be going in the tunnels. No.
What kind of kill count do they have is the question. How many does Rush think are alive?
Right. Yeah, who knows? He's playing so cautiously that he's just expecting someone to be around every corner. Nothing wrong with that. Only problem is it slows you down. And time is of the essence right now.
Pretty standard spots from Latin Forest, Mexicano and Ivans in positions you would normally look for. And so, to your point, it's just a matter of if Rush checks all of those spots. If they check all of these positions you would normally look for, and hopefully they don't get their ankles bitten here underneath. Ivan's luckily not looking for that. They're going to want to make sure they check the deep corner with Mexicano if they push forward here, because they're going right into their line of sight, and it doesn't look like they're going to be looking over. They will get past Mexicano, though, and I don't know if Mexicano saw them cross.
I don't think he did either. Oh, no. Gave away his position. Oh, no.
It's Latin Force taking the victory. Mexicano clutches it up. 2 left alive. 4-1, map 5. They will go up and, again, hesitant to crown them champions just yet, because if they're 4-1, then we're going to get another team that's 4-1 between Siren Snails and Flashbangers. Most Wanted and Insidious could give us another team that's 4-1. And so we could have 3 teams that come out of this 4-1, and then it comes down to round wins, point differentials. There's a lot of different elements that determine who our champions are. But right now, we simply do not know who's first, second, and third out of this Challenger Cup, Wookie, because those games are still getting played out. But Latin Force are in contention for it. They've knocked Aging Moss out of contention. Aging Moss cannot win. They cannot take first place being 3-1-1. They do not have enough points. If Most Wanted lose, then again, we're going to have 3 teams that will be 4-1. And it'll come down to the round differential. You know, how well you beat, how good you beat your opponent. Each map is going to end up determining our winner, or at least be a potential factor in determining our winner. And, you know, we may go to a break as we wait, because we could be waiting 5, 10, 15 minutes. And I want you guys to go watch the other streams that have this action live. We'll go watch them as well. And when they finish, we'll be sure to come back here, announce the winner, and then wrap the stream up. So if you want to hang around and wait to see who the champion is, you can, or you can alternatively check out the Discord where we'll announce who our winners are once we know them. But for now, it's up in the air. And we're going to stick around until we do know who that winner is, and we'll announce it here once we do. So stick around, wait around. There's still a TBD on who our champion of the North American CC is. Don't go, do not miss that debut of who that champion will be. We'll be sure to show it here. Could be 10, 15 minutes, but we'll go to break, and when we come back, we'll know who our winner is. Sorry, didn't mean to go to credits. Everything's fine. We're at break. We'll announce the winner. Just wait. We're back. It's been decided. We have our North American Challenger Cup champion. As far as we're concerned, I don't believe there's any other way that we can have a team be beaten by this scoreline. Most Wanted have come out on top. They have defeated their final opponent, Insidious, 4-1. It's impossible for this to be a spoiler because there's a 6-minute delay on the stream. There's a 6-minute delay here, so like we're ultimate delayed. So you can go watch the game if you missed it, but you missed it because it's already happened. So the Most Wanted team has been crowned the champion. They win 4-1 their last match. Their total 4-0-1 for a total of 4.5 points. No other team, even if they went 4-1, can get enough points to beat Most Wanted, and so they will be our Challenger Cup champions. They will be advancing on to fight out for a chance at the prize pool, for a chance at for a second or third. But Wookie, there's going to be a lot of tough games coming up for the winners here.
Absolutely. I mean, I am not looking forward to playing these guys when the time comes. I'll just say that much for sure. These guys looked fantastic today. A lot of these guys played so well today. It was incredibly fun to watch, entertaining to watch. I mean, I was not disappointed today at all.
Hats off to all the teams. Hats off to all the casters. Hats off to you, Wookie. Thank you for joining me. And hats off to everyone that tuned in and enjoyed the action here this afternoon. Subscribe, hit the thumbs up button, come back for more. Check out the other VRML leagues that we have live right now, like Tennis Esports, Breachers, Pavlov just finished, but keep your eyes peeled for a new season there. And new leagues coming. Big announcements on the horizon that you're going to want to keep your eyes out for. A little spoiler, a little taste for you there, but keep your eyes peeled for more info about what is to come for the VRML. There's a lot to look forward to, and well, frankly, there's a lot to look forward to with Onward, because again, we have the group stage next weekend and then finals the weekend after that. Big games to be played, big teams playing them, and it'll be broadcast live right here. So do be sure to come back, subscribe. But until then, my name is Ben Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster Wookie. Congratulations to our champion team of the North American Challenger Cup Most Wanted. Until next time, which is next weekend, stay classy. Onward VRML is brought to you by Downpour Interactive, HyperX, ProTube VR, VR Cover. Thanks for watching VRML.